through this point. Yeah, I'm gonna get some Chinese food.
To all airlines, pilots, drug dealers, and human traffickers, please consider the airspace above and surrounding Venezuela to be closed in its entirety. Thank you for your attention to this matter. President Donald J. Trump thus began one of the greatest arcs in American political history. We are double tapping narco-terrorists in the middle of the ocean. Hundreds of thousands of Americans are dying every single year because of drugs that are being basically washed into our borders because of these bastards. And we've done nothing about it for the longest time because honestly, drugging and killing your own people is the last of the worries of the leftoids. In fact, killing people is one of the reasons why they keep getting elected. 1 million abortions a year and counting. This is their favorite thing. Ten Commandments, they're more like a checklist for some of these bastards. And now the reality of the matter is, this is what we call America First. Stopping the narco-terrorists from killing us. Now, the leftoids are freaking out that they're not all given individual trials. Bro, they're individual trials. They're on little drug boats that they're coming into our country with and killing our people. With all due respect, if Trump actually stops this threat, he's winning Florida for the rest of time. Florida and other, sea-based states will never, ever, ever vote for a Democrat ever again. Even if the narco-terrorists aren't affecting the freaking Democrat billionaires in New York and California, the reality of the matter is, it is affecting a lot of people, and it's killing a lot of people. COVID happens, everyone freaks out, you have to inject yourself with shit that has all sorts of side effects, even though they lie to you and tell you they have no side effects, lockdowns, but here you have enemies from other countries coming to kill us, and the Democrats are like, whoa! So we have to look at what's going on, honestly, for multiple reasons. The main reason is because my opinion is very different than the opinion of a lot of people that you're going to be seeing on the internet. As far as political commentators go, if you could call me that, I consider myself a blue retard, but hey, whatever. I consider foreigners invading your country to kill your people to be basically the number one thing you actually want to stop. I have lost family members in Israel because terrorists decided to wash over the border and murder them. I am actually very, very big fan of the whole obliterate terrorists before they kill you kind of mentality. Also, God likes this idea. If you've read the Bible, you would understand. In fact, the entire book of Judges and Samuel is different threats of different people trying to invade your country, and God commands the Israelites to obliterate them. So yes, I am feeling very godly in my stance here. After Donald Trump's tweet saying to clear the airspace, as you can see, Venezuela is lava. The airspace has been cleared. Now you can see, but what do you mean? Trump doesn't have the authority to do this. I'm basically, I'm sugarcoating this. I'm giving you a bit of an epic foreshadowing. We're about to see some leftoid meltdowns, the likes of which you've never seen before, that are honestly worrying. It's not like the leftist TikTokers as much as it's actual politicians. It's a little bit scary. But for reasons I will explain, never fear. It's a very complex situation. I did a lot of reading. I have a lot of opinions. And I will be showing them all to you in the most obvious way ever. All right? They're trying to kill us with narco-terrorists. We kill them. That's my stance. And as you can see, every single airline did actually heed Trump's warning. This is diabolical. Bro decided to drop this tweet. He's probably taking a shit. He's sitting on his toilet. He's like, all airlines, get the hell out. And they did. That's what happened. That's what happened. Bro's tweet hit the timeline, and immediately Venezuela is lava. No one wants to touch that shit for obvious reasons. Now, never go full of Venezuela. I saw this, and this is literally the entire history of the country, so I think it's important. 1992, third richest country in the hemisphere. 1997, second largest producer of F-150s. 2001, voted for socialism. 2004, healthcare is socialized. 2007, higher education is now all free. 2009, socialist bans private ownership of guns. 2012, Bernie Sanders praises their American dream. That aged well. 2014, opposition leaders are in prison. Because obviously all socialism always leads to tyrannical governments every single time, without exception. There has never been a historical exception to this. Every single time you hear a communist or a socialist yell about fascism, note that the number one cause of fascism throughout human history is socialism and communism. Every single time. Because it creates a power vacuum where you need one guy at the top to basically make sure that everything is socialist. And if not, they whack you. 2014, opposition leaders imprisoned. Literally, this is like imprisoning enemies of your election, right? The socialist government imprisoned the enemies that were running against them. 2016, food healthcare shortages are widespread, obviously, because if everything's socialized, no one's incentivized to do anything, so everything falls apart. 2017, constitutional elections are suspended. It became a dictatorship. 2019, unarmed citizens massacred by own government. That's the next step, because ultimately you want 100% absolute control. Took one generation of woke bullshit, one generation of socialism, turned Venezuela into a shithole. And it's not like Somalia, which was always a shithole. You know, it wasn't like that. 30 years ago, Venezuela was considered one of the richest, most gorgeous, amazing countries on the planet, and now it's a shithole. Unlike Somalia, which was a shithole
since the Bronze Age. They're still there, actually. They've never left the Bronze Age. I guess it's that 70 IQ average that's holding them back from greatness. Epic foreshadowing. I'm doing a major Somalia video tomorrow. Definitely subscribe. It's going to be diabolical. Now, Pete Hegseth, the man in charge of the Secretary of War, the Department of War, decided this week we have only begun to kill narco-terrorists. 114,000 likes, 6 million views. Everyone agrees because killing narco-terrorists is actually a really good thing according to the average guy. Now, you might not realize this on Twitter because this is the opinion people are afraid to say. People think that, oh my god, killing them, but human life is sacred and we shouldn't kill them. Says the leftists. We should only abort 1 million babies a year. And now we have to defend the narco-terrorists. Unborn human being that might be a little bit awkward for this whammon? Kill him, no problem. Execute him in the streets, we don't care. Legalize it, incentivize it. Use human murder as birth control, we don't care. Narco-terrorists is coming to kill us. I don't know, man. I feel like those guys deserve a trial. I feel like we need to give those guys individually trials. We'll work with the corrupt dictatorship regime of Venezuela to actually figure out exactly where we should put those guys. Thank you, leftist morality. You have once again proven your worth. As this meme so aptly states, for my next trick, I'll make Democrats support drug cartels. Spoilers! Spoilers! It's happening in real time. They're already supporting the cartels in Mexico because Trump is like, wait a second, why did the cartels own the government? They're like, whoa. Donald Trump, we have to defend the cartels now. And I already showed you stuff like that, so we're not going to get into that again. But I am specifically talking about the Venezuela cartels. Dictatorship-run Venezuela cartels. It's used as a port for China and Iran, all right? All of our nemesis use Venezuela as essentially a springboard to spring into our hemisphere. I don't think people realize exactly the geopolitical importance of Venezuela on the world stage, aside from the fact that they're literally flooding our country with drugs and trying to kill us. Aside from that little detail, Morgan Freeman over here, a proud dad, leftoid, drug dealers are not terrorists. Dog, you are retarded. If they are from an opposing nation coming to invade ours and kill hundreds of thousands of Americans every single year through drugs and human trafficking and stuff like that, then they are quite literally terrorists. I'm sorry. This is the most retarded statement of all time. How can you possibly be this wrong? Nux, does that mean you would support murdering our own drug dealers? I wouldn't be that against it. Dude, do you know how many people die because of drug dealers? Dude, it's absolutely unbelievable to think that people are running defense for drug dealers. No, but I'm a leftist. I believe in consent. All right, two consenting adults, it's okay. He consented to buy the drugs. He consented to sell the drugs. We have no problems. This is leftism in a nutshell. If everyone consents, there's no issue. Leftism, however, is retarded. The reality is these drug dealers from Venezuela are a much, much bigger threat to the United States of America than Hamas and every other terrorist organization that, you know, are actual designated terrorist organizations. And it's not even close, actually. So Marco Rubio actually went nuclear. This is one of the greatest statements ever. Dude, it's crazy because Trump's cabinet is actually so fire. I would support Marco Rubio, J.D. Vance, Pete Hegseth. All right, I would support all of these guys running for president. Ron DeSantis has been cooking, whereas then you look at the leftoids and they're all retards in trench coats. It's insane. So Marco Rubio delivered, in my opinion, one of the greatest statements in the history of American politics. And I'll explain to you why in just a second.
I don't think that the European Union gets to determine what international law is. No, they certainly don't get.
Right, because the European Union is currently bitching. Whoa! I can't believe you would kill these poor innocent narco-terrorists. Leave those narco-terrorists alone, God damn it.
To determine is how the United States defends its national security.
That's right, fuck
the
you
United
guys.
States is under attack
Based.
from organized criminal narco-terrorists in our hemisphere, and the president is responding in the defense of our country. I do find it interesting that all these countries want us to send, you know, and supply, for example, nuclear-capable Tomahawk missiles to defend Europe. But when the United States positions aircraft carriers in our hemisphere where we live, somehow that's a problem. So I would
weird.
say that the United States is...
Right? Because Europe is scared of Russia. If Russia actually conquers Ukraine, then Russia's going to want to keep expanding. And, you know, the next people are going to end up getting annoyed by Russia. So everyone obviously like, yeah, Trump, we have to fight back against Russia. Russia's so rushing, and we got to destroy them, and we got to fight back. We got to all give infinite money to Ukraine to fight back against Russia. And you have a moral imperative to do all of that. but also you can't blow up the narco-terrorists that are killing Americans. Thank you, Europe. Your opinion means nothing to me.
And this president has made very clear his job is to protect the United States from threats against the United States, and that is what he's doing in this operation.
All right, so he said it very, very nicely, but I'll translate what Marco Rubio said to the layman that wasn't paying full attention. He just said, "Dear Europe, fuck off." Based. This is exactly what I wanted to hear. Absolute. Europe, you guys, honestly, I don't want to be rude here, but the majority of Europe, I feel like American politics could just be whatever Europe decided to do the opposite, and it'll work. Europe's economy, dead. Europe's population, miserable. All right, Europe's open border policies, calamitous. And you are going to dictate to us how we protect our own people? Get out of here. Now, I think this is an incredibly important statement for multiple reasons. First of all, I think America needs to leave the UN. I've been saying this for a very long time. The UN is a vastly, vastly corrupt organization. All right? Think about it from this perspective. 49% of the UN is Muslim-majority countries. They are generally going to vote on the same side, and those votes are generally going to be anti-America, and also anti-Israel, what a coincidence. And, you know, they're basically always going to take that same stance because it's almost like there's an agenda or something. Now, the UN Human Rights for Women Party is literally all run by Muslims. Specifically countries that have the most women rights offenses of all time. You heard correctly. The UN has appointed countries where domestic abuse is legal as the moral authorities on women's rights worldwide. Like, that is the level of clown show we're dealing with. I don't want to be dictated by the morals of the United Nations. Absolute crackpot organization. It's insane that America's played ball with them for this long. I really think that Trump needs to back out. That's one. Two, international law is literally a fraud. International law means nothing. It's never stopped any powerful nation from doing anything. All it's ever done is basically give powerful nations the ability to say, whoa, you violated international law, we're going to blow the shit out of you right now. And to be honest, if they could have done that anyway, they didn't need the international law as an excuse. International law is good in theory, it doesn't work in practice, and it's fake, and it's never actually changed anything. It's a joke. It's just an actual joke. So this is crazy. So again, this is part of that globalism idea. The idea that all of the universe has to come together and have infinite immigration, hodgepodge of humans everywhere. Human beings aren't actually meant to live in communities. We are just economic numbers that are to be shifted around and juggled. It's this globalism garbage that everyone's been trying to get America involved in for so long. And quite honestly, America's not willing to play ball with these people. And that is the most base turn of events of the Trump presidency. I knew that Trump was coming in to deport a lot of people. I did not think he would be giving his middle finger to like this globalist cabal that just is basically constantly pressuring him to, import infinite third worlders, and also completely be subject to the whims and morals of their global dictatorship, which is what they're really trying to push on the world. So this is a really nice twist. I'm really happy that Marco Rubio got to tell Europe to fuck off. That's awesome. Now, don't forget what Venezuela's been doing. All right? This is Santiago Josue Barragas Rodriguez. He's an illegal from Venezuela, arrested 16 times. Cook County, Illinois prosecutors dropped the cases again and again and again, preying on the innocent. There are infinite examples of this because if you have not been up to date with the news, it turns out Venezuela has a couple of terrorist organizations, including Tren de Aragua, which they have essentially worked with the government, according to Fox News. According to Fox News, these terrorist organizations worked with the Venezuela government to put them in America, okay? All right? Biden had the borders open. The government worked with their own terrorist organizations to put them in America. Now, this is Fox News' allegation, and I, for the record, completely believe it, because the terrorists that are going to be in there are going to obviously be really great for running drugs throughout America. Absolutely. They're going to be really good drug runners. No one's going to want to mess with them, and they will be sending back payment and whatever to Venezuela. So, in my opinion, this war already started, all right? And I think that Venezuela threw the first stone. Not just through putting drugs on our shores, but also through literally, in my opinion, mobilizing gangs and cartels and, honestly, terrorist organizations, as they're designated today, in America. I think that they've been doing this for a long time. It's been a silent war, and it's not a war with guns, but it is a war trying to drug as many of our people as possible and get them addicted to their shit. Now, the Polish, this was a twist. The Polish government is saying, Venezuela, tonight you have been warned with the America B-2 bombers. This is diabolical. And then, of course, you have the retard leftoids in the comments. Careful, you are cheerleading an illegal war of aggression. And then bro just simply responds with, the only illegal thing I know of is drugs. That's right, baby. Don't be a narco-terrorist. Yeah, nothing to worry about. It's actually that simple. Damn. Now, this reminds me of my favorite tweet on all of Twitter. All right, so I'm going to show this one to you again. I've showed this months ago, but I feel like it's time to bring it back. JD Vance tweeted, killing cartel members who poison our fellow citizens is the highest and best use of our military. Based as fuck. Brian Fagotstein responds, killing the citizens of another nation or a civilian without any due process is called a war crime. Now, you could argue with the specifics. Say that they're not necessarily citizens of another nation, but they are terrorists that are trying to kill us. All right? You can argue that they are not civilians. You can argue that they are terrorists. You can argue that due process is not required for people that have been actually diagnosed as terrorists. You can make all these arguments. You can make the argument that the whole idea of a war crime is honestly kind of an overblown concept that's utilized to emotionally blackmail. That's what I would have done. But JD Vance is a better man than I. All right? I am a nitwit. All right? I would have picked the shit out of this if I was back in this month. JD Vance responds with straight fire. I don't give a shit what you call it. Absolutely not. That's everything I wanted to see. This is exactly what I want to see. Absolutely. I don't give a shit what you call it. Your labels, your titles, your garbage, it means nothing to me. It's never meant anything to me. And I've always been so tired of making believe I cared. Oh no, what's the media gonna do? Call me a fascist? Call me a Nazi? Call me a war criminal? I don't give a shit what you call it, you faggot. That's what he meant to say. But that's essentially where we're at. And then obviously Brian has like this gigantic level crash out, freaking out. I care, and so does international law, which is fake. You will never be president. You probably will. Imagine if Venezuela decided to bomb a boat driving from Maryland to New York City. Why would they do that? Which had 11 Americans and a bunch of drugs in it. Bro, what does that have to do with Venezuela? These are literally boats of drugs that Venezuela is putting narco-terrorists on these boats with drugs, trafficking them to America to kill our people and make money. That's what's happening. This is not the same thing. Great analogy, Fagotstein, but reality is not on your side. This is the leftist straw man argument every single time. But what if this would happen? It's a totally different case. The specifics are completely different. It would have a different moral answer because of how different the case is, but they're literally the same. Now, how can you disagree? All right, like, this is classic leftist straw manning and arguing. It's like, oh yeah, well you say this, but what about this totally different instance, this totally different situation? And then in his follow-up tweet, he talks about how killing these people is international human rights laws, good luck in 2029, and basically saying that hopefully he will be getting executed by the next president. I am going to be talking about this because I think it is important to mention. That's why I wanted to show this tweet also, because you're going to see what they're saying about Hegseth right now. And it is getting a little bit scary because the reality is, while I think that morally it is absolutely 100% moral for America to want to kill people that are trying to kill us first. That's right. All right. If they're trying to kill you, you kill them first. Basic logic, basic morals, ethics, I fully support it. So does God and the Bible. All right? So we got the law, we got God, the Bible, and morality all wrapped together. We all agree. The leftoids, who don't have any of those things, they have decided very hard to make believe that we have to run defense for the narco-terrorists. Again, not super surprising, but it is weird that it keeps happening. The reason why I'm saying this is because the next leftist that comes into power is going to be very, very dangerous. Exclusive, this is from the Washington Post. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth gave an order to kill everybody in the first strike on suspected drug boat in the Caribbean. After 2 men survived, the mission commander ordered a second strike to comply with Hegseth's instructions, according to 2 sources. So according to 2 sources, Pete Hegseth, ladies and gentlemen, Pete Hegseth is double tapping Venezuelan terrorists. Leave none alive. Now, I know what you're thinking. They're not a threat anymore. If you're thinking that, you're stupid. They're still a threat. They're terrorists. They didn't manage to succeed on this boat. They might succeed on the next boat. I'm sorry. I don't at all care about the well-being of the people that are trying to kill us. Let me just remind you something. 2 nuclear bombs were dropped on Japan. to make a swift end to the war. I do believe this is the mild option. I'll just leave it at that. All right, you can infer whatever you think I meant from that statement. Now, and you look at the responses, and they're just incredible. They're absolutely incredible. What is this love affair that the left has with drug smugglers? It's insane at this point. It's amazing. It's amazing. Everyone, like, they can't even understand it. I literally don't even get it. Why are they running defense for drug smugglers? Now, this is insane. Hegseth order on the first Caribbean boat strike, officials say kill them all. As two men clung to a stricken, burning ship, targeted by SEAL Team 6. The Joint Special Operations Commander followed the Defense Secretary's order to leave no survivors. What a tragic story. I love how they're describing it. And they're holding onto a log. It's like the movie Titanic. They're holding onto a burning log, praying for their lives. Two good men. They've done nothing wrong. They're just trying to feed their children. And an evil bad man, Pete Hegseth, with his Crusades tattoos, decides to leave none alive. Dog, you tried to kill us first. Literally fuck yourself. I don't understand. I don't need to play this game at all. This is retarded. Textbook war crime / extrajudicial killing. Two survivors were clinging to a smoldering wreck. No, this is so sad. And they're just crying for these terrorists. It's insane. Former U.S. military lawyers speak out. The former JAGS working group unanimously considers both the giving and execution of these orders, if true, to constitute war crimes, murder, or both. So now, I want to just first say, if true, you're dropping these gigantic nukes, articles talking about how people are murderers and war criminals, and you just drop a little if true in there? Your entire tweet means nothing right now, if true. If Ryan Goodman's a pedophile, that would be really bad. Not saying he is a pedophile, but he might be a pedophile. What the hell does that mean? That's a nothing statement. What are we doing? Anyway, it's obviously just to get the impression across. That's one. Two, what the hell does this even mean? Former U.S. military lawyers, anonymous lawyers have come together to get the experts. The experts have decided that, yes, Pete Hegseth is a war criminal and also a murderer. Now, the reason why this is important is because, and this is one of the reasons why I wanted to bring this up in this video, it's because you have to understand what we're dealing with. We're not just dealing with foreign enemies, we are really dealing with domestic enemies. The next leftist that comes into power, if a leftoid wins in 2028, there is a very, very good chance that people like Pete Hegseth, for example, as an example here, because they're calling him a war criminal, like openly, a war criminal and a murderer for killing terrorists that were trying to kill us. They will try to imprison him or worse. This is not even a question. Everyone talks about how, oh my God, Trump is going after political opponents. He's literally not. He's literally not. In fact, Trump, however, was the political opponent that everyone went after. Obama colluded with Comey from the FBI to come up with this gigantic Russia plot in order to make it sound like Trump was working with Russia so that they could basically invalidate him from the presidency. That didn't work. And they tried everything. They tried everything. They almost killed him. All right, multiple assassination attempts. For the record, we still don't know anything about the Trump assassin, by the way. The guy that tried to assassinate Trump, nor the second guy that tried to assassinate Trump. Pretty weird. So anyway, we have multiple assassination attempts, jail attempts, lawsuits, ancient people coming from the past. Bro, Trump got sued for rape, all right, from this, whatever her name is, Carol, 30 years after it took place. Where were you for the last 30 years? Democrats with a giant shovel unearthed this story to try to call him a rapist. And that's what they did with everything. The only party, in my perspective, that's really weaponizing the legal system against their political opponents is the leftoids. And you can be absolutely certain that the next time the left comes into power, they will come after every single person that is part of these operations. And I don't have a shadow of a doubt in my mind that that's what's going to happen. These are vindictive people that hate our country and that honestly hate us and want us to die. And it's very obvious. You know, they'll open the borders to people that want to kill us. They'll directly prevent the deportation of people that want to kill us. They will celebrate the murder of people like us. And the reality is you have to know what we're dealing with. Now, of course, Congresswoman Retardy says, reports that Secretary of War ordered a second strike on defenseless survivors in the water. Dog, they're terrorists. Bro, they're literally terrorists. What does this even mean? Why are we doing this? Why are Congresswomen running defense for actual narco-terrorists? Are among the most serious allegations imaginable. If true... They all do this. If true, war crimes, outright murder, every individual must be held accountable. Do we understand what we're at right now? So you'll have actual Congress people that are in group chats with Jeffrey Epstein while they're running hearings.
All right,
all right?
I'll be back. I'm grabbing food.
That, Governor Tim Walz, spoilers for tomorrow's video, Governor Tim Walz is tied to allegedly $6.5 billion of scams, all right, in Minnesota. And you have all these people, like, doing insider trading. Let's be honest, all right? Come on, Nancy Pelosi, really? Really? You're worth $500 million from stock market trading? What are we talking about? So anyway, but this we have to clamp down on. This we have to go after, all right? Absolutely. All the other shit, we don't care. All right, the FBI guy, Comey, whatever, allegedly destruction of evidence and plot of sedition. Nope, that's fine. We don't care. Remember, a bunch of Democrats just made a video together to basically tell the military to stop following Trump's orders, right? Direct, in my opinion, sedition, all right? Punishable by at least 10 years of prison or death, all right? That's the death penalty for sedition. So realistically, you have that. And every time Trump says that, yo, we have to investigate this, we have to arrest these people, the Democrats freak out. You're going after political opponents. But here, you have a guy killing 2 terrorists that are trying to kill us, and every leftoid on the planet is crawling out of the floorboards to talk about how he's a war criminal and a murderer. These are who we know now as the seditious 6. These are 6 Democrat Congress people / whatever important people or whatever, most of whom you probably never heard of because they're leftists, so ultimately they're completely astroturfed. And they released a video that, in my opinion, is sedition against the government, and they should all be in jail for 10 years.
Alyssa Slotkin.
Senator Mark Kelly.
Representative Chris DeLuzio.
Congresswoman Maggie Goodlander.
Representative Chrissy Houlihan.
Congressman Jason Crow. I was a captain in the United States Navy.
Former CIA officer.
Former Navy.
Former paratrooper and Army Ranger.
Former intelligence officer.
Former Air Force.
We want to speak directly to members of the military
and the intelligence community
who take risks each day
to keep Americans safe.
We know you are under enormous stress and pressure right now.
Americans trust their military.
But that trust is at risk.
This administration is pitting our uniformed military
and intelligence community professionals
against American citizens. Like us, you all swore an oath
to protect and defend this Constitution.
And right now, the threats to our Constitution aren't just coming from abroad,
but from right here at home. Our laws are clear. You can refuse illegal orders.
You can refuse illegal orders.
You must refuse illegal orders.
No one has to carry out orders that violate the law or...
So this is basically an entire video that these retards put together to say that Trump is issuing illegal orders, right? That's obviously what they're saying. Trump is issuing illegal orders to you guys in the military. Do not follow Trump's orders. In my opinion, this is sedition. All these people should be in prison for 10 years. I literally, without even a shadow of a doubt, this isn't going after political opponents. This is going after traitors to your country. And I fully support the whole arresting traitors to our country. I don't know. Maybe that's just me. Call me old-fashioned in that way, all right? I believe in killing people before they kill you and also arresting traitors to your country. Wow. What an old-fashioned opinion I have. Wow. What an unethical, grifting opinion. Like, dude, it's insanity. So that's the sedition 6, all right? And realistically, they got what they wanted. Now, obviously, they're talking about how everyone's following illegal orders. Now, let me give you some context. What does that even mean? Don't follow illegal orders? Because I've seen a lot of people cover this, but not enough people talk about this correctly.
No one has
Let me explain. The Nuremberg trials was after the Nazi regime collapsed, and a couple of Nazi officials claimed that they were just following orders. But unfortunately, just following orders is not an excuse if you are partaking in mass genocide. And therefore, they were all executed for their crimes, regardless of the fact that they were just following orders. So the argument of you must refuse illegal orders is don't be like Hitler. All right, Hitler's telling you to do things, you can't be that guy. And this is also a subtle threat that when the Democrats do come back in power, they will Nuremberg trial your asses. That's essentially what's being stated here. It's a veiled threat, as well as, in my opinion, committing sedition against the country, basically telling the military to stop obeying Trump's orders. So these guys, in my opinion, violated the law, should go to jail for 10 years. However, the leftoids say, how dare you even bring that up? You are going after your political opponents. but the Secretary of War is a war criminal and a murderer, and he should be punished for his crimes for eternity because he killed, let's remind you, terrorists that are literally trying to kill us. All right? Like, just trying to put this into perspective for just a second, okay? Just a second of perspective. So Pete Hegseth responded a few times, actually. Some guy caught him off, like, when he wasn't prepared. This was his original response. And then he wrote something on Twitter.
Mr. Secretary, what legal authority did the Pentagon invoke to strike that boat full of drug smugglers?
We have the absolute and complete authority to conduct that. First of all, just the defense of the American people alone. 100,000.
Yeah, it turns out self-defense is an actual rule or something. It's crazy.
Americans were killed each year under the previous administration because of an open border and open drug traffic flow.
Was there
that is an assault on the American people.
Isn't that obvious? Like, I know. Maybe I'm old-fashioned here. Look, I'm not a boomer, all right? I'm not that much of a boomer. But these people are literally trying to kill us. Why are we playing this game? Like, they are literally sending drug smugglers into our country to poison our people and kill us, and they've been succeeding. We've lost 100,000 people a year to fentanyl. Why are we playing this game?
So we smoked a drug boat.
Based as shit. Good. And I see a lot of people on the left saying, how do you know it was a drug boat? We never got evidence, bro. We never got, who the fuck are you? All right, to get evidence. All right, this is unreal. Again, I used this analogy before. When Israel fought Iran, in the first half an hour of the war, Israel took out essentially all of Iran's top military leaders with pinpoint drone strikes into the room that they were in, killing them and basically not having collateral damage. Tiny little holes, all right? The size of your fist was the size that the drone actually fired a missile into the room, killed the guy, and that was it. They were able to take out the entire top brass of the Iranian military, okay, in a half an hour. Put that into perspective. You don't think America, most powerful country on the planet, with satellites that could give you a speeding ticket because it could read your license plate number from space? You don't think that they were able to figure out that they were narco-terrorists on that boat? You absolute retard. Also, it was a submarine. Also, they blew up a submarine. There were no fishermen. That was not for fishermen. All right, go fuck yourself.
There's 11 narco-terrorists at the bottom of the ocean.
Good.
And when other people try to do that, they're going to meet the same fate.
Good. That's how you have to play this game. Based as shit. That's right. They're trying to kill you. You kill them first. And you know what? If you do that, maybe the next group of guys will think twice before they try to kill you. It's really obvious. It's crazy. So yeah, that's what we call freedom of self-defense. It's pretty insane. So now, Jake Tapper, right? This is a CNN anchor, complete retard extraordinaire. People briefed on double tap strike, and they were concerned that it could violate the law of armed conflict, which prohibits the execution of an enemy combatant who is hors de combat or taken out of the fight due to injury or surrender. Let me hit you with some real facts here. First of all, this is not just an enemy combatant like it's a war and you have military on both sides. This is a terrorist. That's one. Not operating under lawful warfare because terrorism inherently is a war crime. So when someone commits a war crime, bro, you get them the fuck out of the battlefield, all right? You do whatever you can, you get rid of them, all right? I'm sorry, man. That's how the world works. That's one. Two, how do you know that this person was taken out of the fight due to injury or surrender? This person didn't surrender. You don't even know if this person was injured. They didn't get obliterated by the first hit, and they're still perfectly able-bodied terrorists that might come to kill you later. So they got him. Jake Tapper loves him some drug smugglers. Yeah, that's basically where we're at right now. And let's not forget the fact that Obama dropped 26,000 drone strikes throughout Yemen and all those places. Killing innocents all over with zero congressional approval, with no complaints from Congress whatsoever, as he went out there and murdered tens of thousands of people. All right, no one cares. Literally no one. But Trump kills terrorists that are literally coming to kill. Dude, those fucking farmers in Yemen that got killed by Obama, those guys realistically were probably not going to pose much of a threat to us. I'm not trying to be controversial or anything. I'm sure that borderline 68 IQ pedophile farmer in Yemen that's probably has a child wife, I'm sure that he wasn't a wonderful guy. All right, I'm sure his contribution to the universe wasn't massive. But realistically, I don't think that he was a threat to us. Nearly as much as these guys, who they literally killed in the act of bringing drugs to our country. It's insane. It's insane watching them scramble to defend terrorists. So Pete Hegseth responds with a nuke on Twitter. As usual, the fake news is delivering more fabricated, inflammatory, derogatory reporting to discredit our incredible warriors fighting to protect the homeland. As we said from the beginning and in every statement, these highly effective strikes are specifically intended to be lethal, kinetic strikes. The declared intent is to stop lethal drugs, destroy narco boats, kill the narco-terrorists who are poisoning the American people. Every trafficker we kill is affiliated to a designated terrorist organization. The Biden administration preferred the kid gloves approach, allowing millions of people, including dangerous cartels and unvetted Afghans, to flood our communities with drugs and violence. The Trump administration sealed the border, gone on the offense against the narco-terrorists. Biden coddled terrorists, we kill them. Music to my ears. Oh my God, this is like the gif of Beethoven dropping all of his notes on the floor because of how cinema it sounds. Our current operations in the Caribbean are lawful under both U.S. and international law, with all actions in compliance with the law of armed conflict, and approved by the best military and civilian lawyers up and down the chain of command. Our warriors in Southcom put their lives on the line every day to protect the homeland from narco-terrorists, and I will always have their back. Based response, honestly, 8 million views. As you can see, this is a really big story right now. And the left is doing everything they can to make believe that he's a terrorist killer, that he's an actual war criminal. It's insane how they do this. It's absolutely diabolical. You might be shocked to hear this, but everyone in Venezuela I know is tired of waiting and wants the U.S. military action as soon as possible to end Maduro once and for all. Remember, Maduro is the leader of the Venezuela socialist tyrannical dictatorship. And obviously people in Venezuela hate them too. Now, this is what went down when Trump declared Venezuela's airspace closed.
Venezuelans are waiting for the Americans to come help them be free again. And be free from drugs and everything that Maduro regime has brought to them for the last 25 years.
So there was a call between President Trump and Nicolas Maduro very recently. What do you think happened, or what do you know? I'm sure you have more information than most.
Yeah, well, President was gracious and offered us a way out.
Maduro, Mr. Maduro, this is probably how it went. Mr. Maduro, you're seriously retarded. I'll give you a way out. You're gay, you're a faggot, you should just leave. And Maduro was like, Mr. Presidente, no. And then he was like, okay, fuck you. And then we killed their terrorists. That's how it went in my imagination.
And Maduro is being instructed by the Cubans, don't go, because that's Maduro's biggest fear, that the Cubans, who are really the one calling the shots.
What, you mean the Cubans are controlling the shots? But the Cubans have a socialist community. It's crazy how this keeps happening. It's always the socialists. Bro, socialism and communism are literally the precursors to authoritarianism and fascism every single time. No one tell Hassan Piker. He might shock his dog out of fury.
Are going to kill him before he leaves. So Maduro is...
The Cubans or the narcos? Or the narcos? Who's going to kill him?
The narcos, well, anyone. But the Cubans are the ones who...
Look, the moment Maduro's too weak, they'll just kill him and replace him with the new guy that's even stronger. That's welcome to dictatorships.
Who are running the repressive apparatus, and they have been running it for the last 25 years, because, you know, that comes from Fidel's book. And Maduro is very afraid of them. But look... For those Americans who are watching this show, this is a historical moment for the Trump administration. Not only Trump is demonstrating, and I say it from the bottom of my heart, he's not only demonstrating great political courage, he's liberating the...
True. Honestly, you gotta put it out for there. Every single guy is yelling at Trump for this. People in Europe are yelling at Trump for this, hitting them with the bullshit. But what about international law that prevents you from killing the people that are trying to flood our country with drugs and terrorists? Well, what about international law?
Continent, from China, from Iran, from Russia, from the drug dealers. This is going to send a very clear message to other countries, and we're going to avoid...
Venezuela was basically a satellite for China and Russia and Iran in our hemisphere. It's fully, in my opinion, this is the most America first battle of all time.
A lot of problems in the future because of this action that he's taking right now. So I salute... President.
It's absolutely huge. It's an absolutely huge deal that no one is taking seriously. Obviously, Fox News is talking about how scary this is because of the influence from Russia and the other guys.
Should President Trump order strikes against the Maduro regime, there's plenty of firepower in the Caribbean to do it, with about 30% of all deployed American warships, including the aircraft carrier Gerald R. Ford, now on station. There are over 200 Tomahawk cruise missiles in theater aboard destroyers and U.S. Marines aboard the USS Iwo Jima.
They are sweating.
And other amphibs in the Ready Group. Now, ahead of Thanksgiving, the U.S. military's top officer, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Raisin Kane, arrived in Puerto Rico yesterday to meet defeat the forces who are part of Operation Southern Spear. So with General Kane in the region, we'll have to see if Secretary Hegseth follows suit ahead.
Spoilers, he followed suit.
Of Thanksgiving. And one thing officials have said is some of this buildup in the Caribbean goes beyond the Maduro regime. It's about getting Russia, China, and Iran out of the Western Hemisphere, guys.
Yeah, that's what I was saying the entire time. I think, okay, so my hot take is Venezuela has a lot of oil. If Trump could actually cause some sort of regime change, not through boots on the ground warfare, but just out of basically running Maduro out of business, because Maduro can't actually operate if he's being so squashed by the American forces. Hopefully, there could be some sort of regime change from within, and if Venezuela becomes an ally of the United States, where America actually gets their oil, it also kicks Russia and Iran and China's foothold out of our hemisphere. It's just a colossal W geopolitically, and I think it's all these things put together, which is why this is happening. Now, you have to understand, there are literally a scary amount of actual military shit that's already out there on the sea surrounding Venezuela. You know, F-18 Super Hornets from the USS Gerald R. Ford linked with the B-52 bomber. Bro, dude, they're doing tricks out there. Like, literally right outside of Venezuela, they are jumping up and down. Now, while Fox News did a good job covering the actual geopolitical situation, you know, they're covering all the specifics. It's a bit dry. If you want to watch it, of course you can. I'm more into everything else. But the reality is, I have to show you what CNN's been doing. This is absolute cinema. So so Fox News, all right, they're like, yeah, Trump is surrounding. They're complaining. You know, they're telling the news, like, you know, more or less what news stations should be doing. That's what they were doing. Now, CNN. They crashed out. They had one of the most glorious panels of all time.
Learning new details about one of those deadly U.S. strikes on alleged drug boats in the Caribbean. Sources...
Alleged drug boats? Why? Why would you say alleged drug boats if it's not only to convince your people that they weren't actually drug boats and they were really fishermen? But you really think that Maduro is going to sue you for not saying alleged? You think you're going to get sued for defamation by the 11 terrorists that were killed by the United States? The only reason why he uses words like alleged is to code to his viewers that, well, we might have just killed innocent people.
Tell CNN the U.S. military carried out a follow-up strike on September 2nd.
That's right, baby. Double tap.
After becoming aware of survivors in the water. The sources tell us that prior to the strike, Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth had ordered the military to ensure everyone on board was killed.
Now, again, I fully support this. This is based as fuck. Yeah, I actually fully support killing the terrorists that are trying to kill you. Yes, I know. It's a pretty crazy stance. It's a crazy stance. It really is. But yeah, that's where I'm at.
People briefed on the, quote, double tap strike say they're concerned that it could violate the law of armed conflict.
Oh, what about the made-up law of armed conflict that's made by people to just try to control other people? What about that?
Prohibits the execution of an enemy combatant who is taken out of the fight due to injury or surrender.
Do you know if these people were taken out of the fight due to injury? They definitely didn't surrender. All right, so they didn't surrender. We have no idea if they were injured. They were not necessarily taken out of the fight. And once again, let me make this very clear, as someone that doesn't know international law that well, but knows enough to recognize this fact, these are not necessarily considered enemy combatants if they're actual terrorists. If they are violating the Geneva Conventions and they are war criminals, they do not get treated as enemy combatants within the rules and regulations of warfare. That's one. Two, he with the biggest stick makes the rules. All right, you shut the fuck up. They're trying to kill us, you motherfucker. Why are you such an asshole? Well, why is CNN running defense for cartel members?
Now, since September, as you're seeing on your screen here, the U.S. military has carried out at least 21 known strikes on suspected drug trafficking boats, killing at least 83 people.
83 terrorists, probably.
Officials have also acknowledged, though, not knowing the identities of everyone on board before they are struck.
That's what we call collateral damage. They shouldn't have been driving around with terrorists in their boat.
In this development.
This is like saying, well, it's true that Hamas terrorists were using human shields, but we didn't know who the human shields were when we took out those terrorists. No, sorry. I'm sorry. That is on Hamas. All right, that is not on us. Just like anyone that we don't know who they were on those boats with the terrorists, that's on the terrorists. I'm sorry. Like, literally, you could stop with the bullshit hyper radical, feminized, empathetic garbage. No one cares. Well, I'm sure some people care. I'll be real. I didn't see enough people talking about this. Even people on the right are scared to cover this because they're like, oh, what if it violates? I don't give a shit, man. Don't care. First of all, don't think it violates any laws. Second of all, they're trying to kill us. You kill them first.
As President Trump says the U.S. military will soon begin land strikes on alleged drug trafficking networks in Venezuela.
Good.
I want to bring in Beth Stanner, a CNN national security analyst.
Look, man, when it comes to actual warfare, I don't want a war. I obviously don't want anything like that. I don't want to see American boots on the ground in Venezuela. I would really, really be disappointed if that is the case. But from orbit, taking out these bastards before they kill more of us is something that I fully, fully support. Like, literally, that is completely based.
And former Deputy Director of National Intelligence. Thank you for taking the time. I just want to start with getting your reaction to the reporting we have here that double tap strikes were ordered to make sure everybody on board was killed.
Right. If this is true, it's
if true. They all do that. Every single thing I showed you so far was if true, so they can't actually get blasted for defamation.
Really shocking.
Yeah.
You know,
Shocking is insane. It's insane. It's insane that someone who's brought here for their expertise responds with shocking. It's just this very obvious emotional manipulation. You should be in shock that we would do something like this. America, we're supposed to be the beacon of morality, but you should be in shock that they kill terrorists that are trying to kill us. Dude, insane. Insane levels of emotional gaslighting.
Thinking about this in the context of Ukraine. And right now,
why would we think about this in the context of Ukraine? Look, I feel bad for people in Ukraine that are dying. Obviously, I feel bad for Russian soldiers that are dying too. What does that have to do with us?
Soldiers are being accused of war crimes, and their cases in the International Court of Justice because they're killing prisoners, Ukrainian armed combatants who are prisoners.
Prisoners, that doesn't sound like what happened here at all, actually, because prisoners can no longer fight.
And they're killing them instead of, keeping them as prisoners. So, I mean, here we have an example of...
No, we don't. These weren't prisoners. These were terrorists. Terrorists that were potentially fully able-bodied, that did not surrender, that were not captured, that realistically are very likely to do exactly what they did one more time.
An actual war and war crimes accusation. So here, what does this do, in terms of U.S. moral authority?
Moral authority. Thank you, leftist bitch that probably voted for the abortion of a million babies a year in America. I don't care. I don't care. Obviously, my morals and your morals are different. Difference is mine are right and based, and yours are cringe and stupid. All right. What do you want me to say? I don't care about what your bullshit moral authority is. I care about every single unborn child murdered in America so much more than I care about a terrorist getting killed before they kill us. And there's no equivalence here. What are we doing?
There's reporting this week of Israel, of IDF soldiers killing.
How does everything end up about Israel? I feel like it's insane. It's just everywhere. All right, yeah, tell us.
Palestinian prisoners, Hamas prisoners. How can we go to Israel and say, like, you shouldn't have done that?
And would it have helped if you wouldn't have killed the Venezuela terrorists? Like, do you think that if you wouldn't have killed the Venezuela terrorists, you would have then stopped Israel from doing what they were doing? Like, these people are completely insane. Moral authority, my ass. When there's a terrorist threat that is coming to your country, whether it's Hamas breaking into Israel to rape and murder as many Jews as possible, that is their stated goal in Israel, or it's Venezuela, whose stated goal is peddling as much poison into our country to kill as many of us as possible, whichever one it is, don't care. They gotta go.
Or Russia.
Again, I don't know that specific instance that she's referring to in Israel about Israelis killing Hamas captives or whatever. I don't know the actual story. I'm just hearing what she has to say. The reality is, more often than not, I think that killing Hamas terrorists is based as fuck.
Yeah. This arena has...
You'll notice that I am a very, very, well, let's just say, my morals here are very consistent. All right? If there are terrorists from another nation whose stated goal is killing your people, you kill them. I know. It's pretty consistent across the board. You'll notice.
I mean, we've been talking a lot about Venezuela on a number of fronts. Obviously, there are these efforts that the administration says they're going after drug trafficking boats. There is the not so subtle pushes against Nicolas Maduro that President Trump has been leading. But the
dictator,
president also says that land
No, there's subtle pushes against a dictator. Oh my.
action would now be part of the administration's effort to deter Venezuelan drug traffickers. I just wonder what you think about that threshold being crossed here.
It's a big threshold, right?
It's big. Dude, this bitch was part of like the FBI or something. She is just talking in random emotional platitudes. It's big. It's shocking. It's literally just to tell the audience of CNN that Trump bad.
I mean, right now we're in international waters, but when you're talking about strikes in a sovereign country,
that's killing our people. Hello?
Against
like, dude, this is leftoid empathy. You care more about the terrorists that are foreign than your citizens that are domestic. This is crazy.
I mean, these are drug traffickers, bad people. But
not just bad people, like, oh, you're bad, but you're minding your own business. They're bad people that are specifically killing us.
Still in another country, and
don't care. Literally don't care. What the fuck, man? These people are so pathetic. They're so pathetic.
So there usually has to be a justification.
The justification is they're trying to kill us, and we're killing them before they get to kill more of us. That's the justification, because 100,000 Americans die every single year because of this shit, and that's crazy. And honestly, we shouldn't have to deal with that at all.
And there is a process for that. You can get authorization for use of military force from Congress.
You mean like how Obama didn't do that for any of his 26,000 drone strikes, but no one actually cared because it was Obama? But now that Trump is doing it and everyone has Trump derangement syndrome, you need to go through infinite voting from retards that are deranged out of their minds that will do everything in their power to vote. Dude, you have women overdosing on Tylenol because Trump said don't take Tylenol when you're pregnant. That's the level of retard we're dealing with, okay? The Democrats voted to shut down the government for 8 weeks for no reason, just because they didn't like Trump. All right, that is the level of retard you're dealing with. And you want him to get the go-ahead from Congress for every single thing that they do? Nothing will ever happen. But realistically, that's the goal of the left. That is literally the leftist strategy. So yeah, fuck him.
That helps on that, but there's an entire international legal system too, and that's what people are worried about.
Who's worried about that? Who's worried about that? Aside from Venezuela drug traffickers, who's really worried about that?
Kind of in this context of the video that the Democratic senators put out recently about defying illegal orders.
You mean the sedition video? The video where they basically told troops not to obey the commander-in-chief of the country and to disobey his commands, right?
And the question about whether people who are conducting them could be subject to, being prosecuted.
Yeah. This is honestly demoralizing as fuck. All right, this lady is coming onto CNN to say that any soldier, anyone in our military that obeys Trump's illegal orders, not that they're illegal, all the orders are legal for the record, the orders are legal, but she's calling them illegal to basically scare our military into obeying them. So it's saying that you might get thrown in jail, Nuremberg style.
So I think that there's a lot involved here. I do wonder, though, whether President Trump actually will do it, or whether we're just kind of in this game of chicken. I was thinking about this because he has this quote that he said in another context about, waiting until the very last minute to make a decision about conducting such an activity because, in war, things change. That's the quote.
Yeah.
And so, sometimes we don't really know where we're either up to that line of the last minute or whether we're still in this kind of pressure campaign trying to see if something will happen inside Venezuela, whether this kind of pressure will generate.
That's right. Obviously, that's what Trump wants. He did the same thing with Iran. He said to Iran, you have a week or whatever, or 2 weeks, whatever number of days he gave them. He said, you have 1 week, whatever it was, get rid of your nuclear program or we're going to get you. They didn't get rid of their nuclear program, and they got them. Trump realistically would have loved if there was a regime change in Iran that was literally just done by the Iranians and Trump didn't need to get involved. That would have been the best. It didn't happen. Okay, we obliterate them. Yeah, it makes sense.
Activity to oust Maduro.
Well, I was going to say, a lot of people are looking at, okay, is this all part of an encroachment effort to oust Nicolas Maduro, who President...
Duh! This guy's an evil dictator shitbag who's owned by China and Russia and Iran. Duh! Yeah, he would love it if Maduro got out of there. That doesn't mean that there's going to be a war on the ground.
Trump has said his days are numbered. Earlier this week, the president designated Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro and his government allies as members of a foreign terrorist organization. I just wonder, we've got these individual sort of storylines popping up. What do you see as the bigger picture here? Is the bigger picture to try and get Maduro out of office?
I mean, I think sure. I think, Lindsey Graham has said as much, very close to the president. I think that's where we are.
Yikes.
But I don't think that necessarily means that he's willing to use military force
Exactly.
directly.
I think that's the Trump strat. I think he wants to put maximum pressure. Hopefully they'll get rid of him themselves. And if they don't, then oh well, I guess we'll just have to keep killing your terrorists before they kill us.
In terms of trying to do that, whether to snatch him or to kill him. So, again, I think we're going to be in this ratcheting up, and maybe it will entail strikes inside of Venezuela against drug facilities, but that'll be part of a process, again, to see if something will move internally. I think that's the goal.
Yeah. Beth Sanner, always appreciate your insight, especially on a story like this. Thanks for being here.
Thanks, Omar.
Of course.
US President Donald Trump appears to be preparing for a new phase of military action against Venezuela that includes taking action on land.
In recent weeks, you've been working to deter Venezuelan drug traffickers, of which there are many. Of course, there aren't too many coming in by sea anymore. People aren't wanting to be delivering by sea.
That sounds like a successful mission, if you ask me.
And we'll be starting to stop them by land also. The land is easier, but that's going to start very soon.
That announcement happened just hours after the US sent more military firepower to the region, and Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth paid a visit to the United States' largest aircraft carrier, which was recently moved to Latin America.
There he is.
Patrol, or whether it's in our nation's hemisphere, out at sea, interdicting cartels, defending the American people, we are grateful for you.
Yeah, so then they started doing like these show-offs right over Venezuela just to scare the shit out of them.
Message at a military parade on Thursday.
For the last 17 weeks, foreign imperialist forces have been continuously threatening to alter the peace in the Caribbean, in South
This is Maduro, the dictator.
America, and in Venezuela, under false pretenses and extravagant arguments that no one believes.
No one believes that we are killing 100,000 Americans a year with drugs, except for the Americans that are dying, and their families, and the news, and the facts.
CNN's Stefano Pozzebon is joining me now live. So, Stefano, this announcement from Trump appears that he's made a decision on his next plan of action. What's the reaction been like from Venezuela to this?
Yeah, well, I think that Nicolas Maduro's words yesterday, as he was commemorating a failed coup from his predecessor, the late President Hugo Chavez. But again, it was just an occasion for him to portray himself in a position of strength. It's not a coincidence that he was speaking to armed forces, members of the armed military, and especially wearing a green uniform. Well, we've been here before. We've been here for the last 17 weeks. I think that there is inside Venezuela a sense of fatigue around all of these military buildup from the United States that never...
It's kind of hilarious, man. This is like classic CNN. Every single person I have heard speak from Venezuela is praying that Trump actually does something, and they're so excited every time Trump makes a statement. Meanwhile, you get CNN to find the one fucking retard who's like, people are tired of the United States doing their thing, trying to stop our dictator from destroying our country. Bro, it's like every single time with CNN. It's crazy. It's insane. It's an actual propaganda network. Every time I get dumber watching CNN. I feel like I learn less reality, and that's why you have me, the blue retard, to parse through the retards to find the true retard. That's what we try to do here. But this is crazy. It's insane that they felt the need to do this. But this is the art of the deal, man. Obama says, let's negotiate. The terrorist, I will blow shit up. Biden says, let's negotiate. The terrorist says, I will blow shit up. Donald Trump says, I will blow shit up. The terrorist says, let's negotiate. Art of the deal, boys. So yeah, anyway, my incredibly hot take is we should be killing terrorists that are trying to kill us. And watching every single leftist talking head come together to talk about how Donald Trump and Pete Hegseth are all murderers and war criminals because they're killing terrorists that are trying to kill us. With all due respect, these guys are all absolute fucking enemies of my country, in my opinion. They'll run defense for their own side, committing actual treason, while basically calling every single person in the Trump administration a murderer, a fascist, and someone that needs to be put on some sort of Nuremberg-style trial after the actual presidency ends. But basically has no issue labeling all these guys the bad guys for killing literal terrorists that are killing our people. I would say, make it make sense, but unfortunately it actually does make sense. The left only cares about one thing, and that is power. It's the classic communism strategy where you need some sort of violent revolution in order to take over and to actually get power. And that is the leftist strat. You open the borders to flood our country with millions of illegals so that we can steal votes, so that we could get extra seats in Congress, so that we could make believe that our different states actually have different populations, because if you count the illegals, then there's more people per state. Vote to shut down the government and literally screw over millions of Americans, but they don't care because it's all about throwing a wrench into Trump's plans. The Biden administration was sitting on the Epstein files for 4 years with utter silence. The moment Trump becomes president, they immediately make the Epstein files the only thing they're willing to talk about and basically slander Trump and call him a pedophile for 6 months. The ultimate goal is power. No matter how many National Guards are killed in Washington, D.C. by Afghan immigrants, no matter how many attempted assassinations there are of Donald Trump, and no matter how many Charlie Kirks unfortunately get murdered on their path to vengeance. In this video, aside from the geopolitics that I covered, which I think I did a pretty good job about, I'm not going to lie, we've also covered something incredibly, incredibly real that is honestly the take-home message here. The left will support terrorists that are killing Americans if it means they could say Trump bad. The left will support treason, telling our military to disobey legal orders, essentially, if it means you could say Trump bad. The left would let 100,000 Americans die so that 83 drug traffickers could survive. The left would argue the murder of 1 million unborn human beings every single year is moral, but the killing of people that are trying to kill us is a war crime punishable by death. We are operating by different moral rule books entirely. So watch your back. God bless America. Deus Volt.
We don't give Microsoft nearly enough credit. It's a really impressive business model they've built, which is spying, data acquisition and transaction. But look, this has made the obstacle to moving to Linux a lot less towering of an imposition than it might have previously seemed. And it's time to start benchmarking Linux, to start getting some data out there and available for those looking to jump ship off of Windows. Sorry, I'm not trying to flex right now. Let me just hide that off camera. With the enshittification of Windows and the rise of SteamOS, the requests for Linux testing are coming from more than just a few passionate level 1 text viewers.
Thanks, Steve.
It's been a lot of work, but we finally have some Linux benchmarking data for GPUs, specifically on the Bazite distribution. This took about 3 weeks of nonstop testing, plus about 2 to 3 weeks prior to that of bench setup, research, and what we call bench hygiene, so researching how you maintain a bench through the process of testing. We're still learning for all this, and benchmarking anything to the level of isolation we maintain and sort of require for our tests, it's a lot of work, and it takes a lot of understanding the controls and experience, so you'll kind of have to work with us as we go through these processes, but maybe this is insightful for some of you. The first round of testing has largely been for our own training. That's what we're going to present today. We ran into a lot of bumps in the road and basically plowed through them all, so we'll detail some of those. We're not first-time Linux users, but I mean, for me personally, the last time I daily drove a Linux operating system was probably about 2009 till about maybe 2012 or so. And I haven't done a whole lot with it except for some NAS type stuff since then. We spoke with some of the Bazite maintainers during this as well, and that was helpful for getting some of the testing controls dialed in and understanding some of the practices and best scenarios we might want to consider for maintaining a clean, comparable benchmark environment between data sets. So let's get into it. We're directly funding our first Linux GPU benchmarks with your help from the GN Store. This content is brought to you by you, our audience. Our brand new Retro IO themed drink coaster packs launched on store.gamersnexus.net and include 4 distinct coasters per pack, all designed by our team in Blender. You can find the link below. The coaster packs include an old school computer case front panel with a floppy disk in the drive slot, a classic colorway game controller, an IBM Model M inspired keyboard numpad, and a GN logo with all the dials and classic PC case ridges and knobs we know from decades past, back before AI and first-party spyware ruined everything. These coaster packs are easily cleaned under running water and have been fine-tuned to balance drinks and cans while making an easy condensation catch. Plus, they just look cool. We launched these alongside our new Unhinged Vaporwave Smiley t-shirt, which is brand new and on the store now, featuring a dystopian censored speech box smiley. You'll see this show up in our upcoming investigation into a raid of a private citizen's home in connection with Sega and Nintendo development consoles and cartridges, something we flew to the UK to investigate. That deep dive special report is also supported by our AI Dystopia Report Series fundraiser on the store, including 4 high-value packs of GN Store items and digital rewards, some including the coasters. Head over to store.gamersnexus.net to support our first Linux GPU benchmarking and our investigations all at once. Back to the video. Quick dose of reality first. Linux still isn't for everybody. It's going to depend what you do. Some users who require certain professional applications, for example, may find that you just have to use Windows and there's no other option because the software you use hasn't moved over or it doesn't port cleanly or something like that. That's the case for our own production machines that we use for a lot of the work we do here. So there's systems that we can run Linux on, like things that might only really access web interface software that works basically anywhere, but a lot of the other stuff, it still requires Windows. So that's going to be a limiting factor for a lot of people, but gaming has gotten a lot more compatible on Linux over the last several years specifically, and if you're one of those web application heavy users with gaming, then it might actually be viable for you now, and even for professional users where there's just more compatibility for your software, that may also be the case. So it is not difficult, in the very least, to throw a Linux distribution onto just a spare SSD or something, throw it into a machine, and see how it goes. And if it doesn't work out, you can always go back to your Windows system or dual boot or something like that. And at least it's worth, we think, experimenting with Linux at this point, because I mean, Windows is really getting kind of nasty with the level of spying that it's doing and how invasive it's gotten, and moving away as much as it can from bypasses to things like always online connectivity, which I personally think for an operating system is absolutely horrifying and should not be tolerated or accepted. And this may be a good time to start considering the jump. So anyway, during this process, we had crashes, we had freezes, issues with anti-cheat, some insanely long, like half-hour long shader compilation times. And in spite of all of this, Linux is still working better than it ever has in its history for gaming. And if more users grit their teeth through some of the initial learning pains, we think that might mean that we can kind of escape from some of the Windows issues as a community, and we'd count that as a win. Just know what you're getting into. It does work better than it used to. It's not perfect. Important disclaimer here first is that our level of testing for GPUs and CPUs on Windows is extremely refined and rigid. We've also been highly automated for almost a decade now. We don't talk about that a lot, but that includes capturing images during test passes for things like image quality checks and a whole lot of cool testing automation and data management automation that we don't talk about. It's just something we do, and then we do lots of manual vetting of it, make sure it's all good. We go through and do reruns manually as necessary, and we get it into the charts. This doesn't exist for us in Linux, and to refactor it all for Linux is not a fast task. So for this, we went entirely manual, which is fine, and we still do that for a lot of stuff. It just means 2 things. 1, it's going to take longer to do. That's fine. We can deal with that. 2, the data is not going to be perfectly comparable, but it's not anyway, because you're looking at Linux and Windows. These are different environments. Sometimes the games themselves are built natively for different operating systems, plus potential API changes where you might need to pivot to a different API to run better. There's a lot of problems. You can't even cross-compare because the software that captures the data itself is different. This is something a lot of people forget about. So the point of all this is that we don't want you today to go cross-compare numbers in these charts to numbers in our Windows charts unless it's one we've handpicked to do so, because we know that it is at least somewhat comparable. You really shouldn't be cross-comparing them. People are going to do it anyway, I know, but even the capture software measures frame rate differently, frame time differently between the utilities that exist. And so these are things that cannot be linearly compared. But the point is, we've taken a lot of care to do all this justice. We just want to be fully transparent that Linux is almost by design a less rigid solution than Windows. It can update more frequently, or at least it has more components that update more frequently. And this is something that has more of an impact on testing. Testing is sort of different from a real use in that you need to maintain a specific environment in order to do it properly for comparison. So methodology is important here since it's all new and sensitive to change. The first thing, again, you need to know, don't directly compare with our Windows testing other than what we've compared for you. And secondly, with testing, we have to strike a balance where we want to be thorough, but we also have to be able to complete the test data set in an amount of time where there aren't too many updates to all the different pieces of the software to where it's starting to invalidate things. So that's the struggle. GPUs are the most straightforward hardware category that we test, so we began with our standard GPU test suite on our standard platform. We knew we needed to start with a single distro. The front runners were SteamOS, which we already have experience with on the deck, CachyOS, or Bazzite. SteamOS was our first choice, but it's not officially available for desktop, so that ruled it out for now. CachyOS should have more cutting-edge performance than Bazzite and might be more flexible, but potentially at the cost of some stability. Bazzite is popular. It's built for gaming. Thousands of you requested we test it specifically, and that's the most important part to us. Its developers have made executive decisions that simplify our own choice making, and they've even contacted us. And most of all, Wendell of Level 1 Techs even recommended it as a stable test platform for us to get started with.
The shortest answer I can give you is probably Bazzite. Bazzite is good because it is an immutable distro, and that is important because it is a big philosophical difference in how the system is managed.
A lot of the Linux enthusiast community is used to tuning and tweaking things and finding ways to optimize or min-max stuff or fix problems that arise. This we have to address right away because testing's a little different from use, where we need a test platform that's predictable and is stable, and most importantly, we have to minimize our own judgment calls wherever possible because we don't want something that is open to change because it was a human decision. And as an example of that, if you start to min-max and optimize or fix bugs for how one device runs, now we really need to put that equal level of effort into all of them. And it's just not viable, or we don't have the experience to do it properly. That's the part I'm really more worried about. So that's why for us, testing something closer to usable out-of-box state is going to help railroad us into a fair configuration for all vendors, as we can always fall back on the rigid decision-making where it exists. Now, Bazzite Desktop Edition comes in at two main versions, NVIDIA and non-NVIDIA. Just like the S&P 500 at this point. After speaking with both the devs and Wendell of Level 1 Techs, we set up one drive for each. The OS comes fully stocked with drivers and game launchers, so we didn't need to do any significant configuration after installation, which also means that our test benches reflect the default user experience as much as possible. You still have to be careful with cross-contamination, but it's by doing different things. Bazzite is an atomic bootable container image. There's a full explanation on the FAQ page, as well as advantages versus SteamOS. But the bottom line is that you can just grab an image and slap it on your system. Bazzite's goals are stability and compatibility and recoverability in case those first two don't work out for you. It's intentionally not the highest performance, most bleeding edge OS, but it's a lot lower friction for beginners, and it's a lot less prone to oh shit moments where, I don't know, it turns out that some feature was broken during testing without our knowledge or something. According to Antheus from the Bazzite dev team, he said to us, quote, "We used to include some gaming-oriented kernel optimizations, but as of August, we do not anymore. We found that most of the testing for those changes involved running, for example, Rocket League at 600 hertz while doing something like compiling a kernel. Nobody does that or cares." Just gonna interrupt to say, bold assumption of the Linux community, we await your comments post-haste. Anyway, other than that, he said, quote, "We found those optimizations could cause a 2 to 30% performance degradation, where the higher end was on Intel CPUs with heterogeneous cores. This actually ended up hurting our reputation, which is very unfortunate because the version of one of the optimizations we used had a bug. Moving forward, we will no longer make these sorts of changes, so performance on Bazzite should mirror Fedora and Arch, but with more stability as we skip minor versions and delay the major a bit, end quote. Now, during the test cycle for Windows, we freeze the updates for the period of that test cycle. It typically takes us about a week. We're pretty good at it now. But even if we want to run that data for longer, we've found through validation, calibration, lots of cross comparison, and update A/B testing over a year even, that a lot of times there's not big differences. It really depends. Sometimes Windows ships a major change, like for CPUs more than GPUs. But for the most part, the data can remain fairly shelf stable, so to speak. In the very least, we can pause the updates for the 1 week we need to test it without major downsides. Now with Linux, there are a lot more layers, and those updates may come at a much faster pace and sometimes asynchronously with each other. Plus our testing is a lot slower. 1, because it's not automated, and 2, because it's just slower. So our instinct is to freeze versions as much as possible without needing to mod things. Linux has a number of pieces of software, though, that regularly update. These include the operating system itself, it's Bazzite here, the games, which get potentially different updates from Windows, Steam, which gets meaningful updates as well for Linux. The Proton translation layer is really important, the drivers, among other things. Freezing some updates, but not others. Like if there's something we just miss, we don't know it exists, and we don't freeze it as a result, that could lead to issues where things break for testing or for a particular device, but not for an end user. Our compromise has been to freeze Bazzite, including drivers, and Proton during the test cycle only, and take detailed notes on everything else, including all version numbers for everything we know about. In the future, we may shift to GOG, which allows using specific game versions. In general, we've accepted that we'll have to throw away more data and start from scratch more often on Linux. We don't talk about the business side of running the benchmarks on the channel too much here. I think it's maybe helpful context for this one. So for us, typically, we would, if we didn't do it the right way, lose money on a full GPU test suite pass. Meaning, if we took 26 GPUs and we ran them through a new suite of games with new benchmark passes, new data sets, new validation, calibrating everything, all of that. If we did all that and then we published one video at the end of it, which is what we're doing here today for Linux, we would lose money. It would not be viable. The way it can work, though, for us is because on the business side, we can then append to that data set. So if we run 26 GPUs in December, and then in January, we want to review the RTX 5090, the 5080, the 5070, whatever. We can append those one at a time as they come out, and that's where it starts to sort of recoup that cost, so that's viable. That's the boring business side of it. If you want some numbers, for instance, I went and looked it up, 85 hours overhauling our GPU testing suite in December of 2024. That included new games, benchmark validation, calibration, running about 26 GPUs through it, experimenting with new methodologies and getting the plan in place for stuff like animation error metrics, and then working through to eliminate bad data, calculate things like standard deviation, all this stuff you don't really see other than the charts. If we were to then only publish a single video with that 85 hours of work, plus the editing work, plus the camera work, plus whatever my scripting time is, that's not going to be sustainable. But because of the way the data is sort of designed to be shelf stable for a little while, like at least a quarter typically, and we do validate constantly to make sure it's not drifting, that makes it work. With Linux, the problem is that it's not quite as easy to hold it in place. So for that reason, simply rerunning all the tests every time we want to add a device for Linux benchmarking, it's not going to work for us. What we're probably going to need to do, for now at least, until we develop the processes for this to be more shelf stable, is going to be running Linux tests maybe a couple times a year at most for GPUs and collecting all new data as fast as we can in that period. The speed matters because as stuff is updating, other things can break, and we might not know if it's because of the testing or if it's because it actually broke. Anyway, that's sort of some of the boring business side of it. The only reason I'm saying this, it's not because, like, pity us, we have to benchmark video games and it takes a lot of time. It's fine. Like, that's what we do. We like doing it. I'm putting it out there because I just want everyone to be aware that currently our processes for this are not as mature, and it might not be possible to get them to the level that they're at for Windows in the near future for us. And because of that, it makes it difficult to do a lot of these types of tests frequently. Because I mean, it ate 3 weeks of Mike's time running those benchmarks and working through all the issues. Now, we can speed that up a lot, like by choosing things that don't have bugs, but you get the idea, I think, and we're going to keep working on it. It's going to take us some time to get it optimized. But We hate Windows and Microsoft at the moment for the spyware, so it's worth doing. It's worth the investment. All right, to cover the equivalent settings that we'd change on Windows, we set Adaptive Sync to Never, allowed screen tearing for full screen Windows, and set the power profile to performance. We've had warnings from Wendell and others about kernel spin lock performance loss, the CPU performance governor, and plenty of other Linuxy type things. But the advantage of a plug-and-play OS like Bazzite is that we can just install it and run it. Any issues are a valid part of the experience at that point. Now, there are a lot of ways to fuck this up big time. We think we've protected against them. We'll find out. I'm pretty sure we've done a decent enough job of protecting against them in most of this testing. Is that enough qualifiers for you? Can you tell that we don't have a lot of experience publishing Linux benchmarks? It's a lot different, even though we know how to run benchmarks. So we're starting with our existing GPU suite for the most part, including the same settings we use for Windows wherever possible. They're not always all there. We're gonna limit the amount of Linux and Windows comparisons. The frame rate data is collected differently. It is Mango HUD we're using for Linux versus PresentMon for Windows. And that feels alone like an apples to oranges comparison, both because of the difference in tools and the difference in platforms. I think a lot of people want them to be compared directly, but really what we care about is just simply how do the GPUs perform if you're using Linux as your OS, so that you can choose between one GPU and the other, just like you do with Windows. How Linux handles frames specifically is a little different. For example, we always allow screen tearing, but the concept of tearing is still new to Wayland. The scope of our GPU test suite doesn't include extended stability testing. We'll report any crashes or incompatibilities that we encounter, but we're not going to validate that Dragon's Dogma 2 can run for 5 hours straight on Linux without crashing. So be aware there may be issues beyond what we're reporting here. Our focus today is on numbers, not stability. We're going to go through the numbers. We have some more critical methodology discussion and issues we've run into to get into. I'm gonna put that after the charts because I know people are skipping to the charts. I just asked that if you are gonna like go post this stuff on Reddit or something to please watch the parts explaining some of the limitations, the disclaimers, the issues, things like that, to have a fuller picture than just the numbers. One other thing, we're only testing some of the most modern cards today. There's a lot of reasons for that. The main one is that it sometimes requires different OS builds entirely, and we're trying to limit how many times we're rebuilding the OS and the task platform because it's a huge time sink. So we're gonna focus on the 50 series and on things that are compatible with the builds that we have. We'll worry about going back for other stuff later. And again, do not cross-compare it to our Windows data because it is not necessarily tested the same way. It could even be a different API entirely. So that's all important stuff. Let's get into the numbers, then we'll address the issues during testing. For the GPUs on the charts that have various VRAM capacities, we used 8 gigabytes for the RX 9060 XT and 16 gigabytes for the RTX 5060 Ti. The only reason for this discrepancy is simply due to GPU availability as we managed multiple other tests during all of this, and we'll continue to look at adding more of these if we do another round of Linux testing. But for now, we'll start with these. We'll start with the Windows build of Dragon's Dogma 2 at 1080p max settings. For this testing, we used KDE Plasma 6.4.4, KDE Framework 6.17.0, Qt 6.9.2, Wayland, and 10.0-2E Proton, with the exception of the 9070 XT and the 5070 Ti, which ran earlier in the test sequence and were both experimental 10.0-2025 September 19. We've got a bunch of other notes as well, but we're not going to run them through them all today. The 5090 leads the chart for 1080p at 176 FPS average. Just like with Windows, we'll need to look at higher resolutions to ensure it's not CPU bound. The 9070 XT is disturbingly close to NVIDIA though, for NVIDIA at least, up at 140 FPS average and leading the RTX 5080s at 134 FPS result by 3.9%. Lows are about the same between them. The 5070 Ti suffers somewhat in 0.1% lows. On inspection, it had one pass with a 23 FPS, 0.1% low, one with 61, and two at 96 to 97 FPS. These are averages, by the way. So the GPU experienced more variance than typical. The 9070 is about tied with the 5070 Ti, but had superior lows. The 9070 also leads the 5070 by 20%. The 9060 XT outdoes the 5060, but the 5060 Ti 16GB outdoes both. 1440p had the 5090 at 154 FPS average, leading the 5080 by 37%. The 9070 XT runs at about the same level of performance as the RTX 5080, which is another good position for AMD, despite seeing a decrease in its relative rank from 1080p. The 5070 Ti trails this, with lows proportionally scaling. Current Newegg prices have the 5070 Ti at $730 to $750 or so. That's going to change probably by the time this goes up, but that's the range it is right now, with the 9070 XT at $600 to $650. In this situation, the 9070 XT is improved on the 5070 Ti in both performance and price. As for the 9070, which is around $550 to $570 on Newegg as we write this, it's outdoing the $500 RTX 5070 by 19%. The 5060 8GB falls off an absolute fucking cliff here and becomes unplayable. 4K draws the numbers down. The RTX 5090 now has a 44% lead over the 5080 as compared to 37% at 1440p, while the 5070 Ti is roughly tied with the 9070 XT. The 9070 is just behind the 9070 XT, which improves on the non-XT by only about 10%. The 5070 ends up below the 9070 with the 9060 XT at the bottom of the chart. The 5060 was not capable of running this test. Black Myth Wukong is next. In Windows, this game heavily slants in favor of NVIDIA with ray tracing enabled. It's more balanced in rasterization, which is what we'll look at first, but NVIDIA is still generally a strong performer here for Windows. In Linux, and at 1080p with this chart, the RTX 5090 runs at 115 FPS average, but it has extremely disproportionate lows that slam its 1% and 0.1% averages through the floor. These aren't anywhere close to the actual average FPS, indicating a bad experience despite a high average frame rate. We'll look at that in a frame interval plot in a moment. Unfortunately, animation error metrics don't yet work in Linux software that we're aware of, or at least not in the same way they do in Windows with PresentMon, so we can't evaluate that part right now, but we can still look at the frame-to-frame intervals. The 9070 XT has a lower average frame rate, but offers a significantly better experience than NVIDIA's flagship RTX 5090. The 5090 has an average that's 9% ahead of the 9070 XT. Not that much, yet the frame time pacing on the 9070 XT breaks away, and also explains why the average isn't much more ahead. The 9070 non-XT repeats this. It's only about a 5 FPS difference in average from the XT, and still retains better interval pacing than a 5090. The 5080 follows the 5090's behavioral patterns, as does the 5070 Ti, the 5070, the 5060 Ti, and the 5060. This is just an NVIDIA problem with this combination of game, driver, and operating system. Even the RX 9060 XT is a better experience than the 5090, as its lows are more proportional to the average. For that matter, Intel's B580 is more consistent. NVIDIA has issues with its flagship title with this combination of software. And for 1% and 0.1% lows, it's not just about the absolute number that they are, but how close that number is to the average frame rate. That's what we mean by consistency. Here's a plot of the frame-to-frame intervals, previously known as frame times. We've been fine-tuning some of the language on this since our animation error white paper we released. The frame-to-frame interval in milliseconds for the RTX 5090 illustrates frequent spikes to 18 to 20 milliseconds, up from a typical result of 8 milliseconds. That's a 10 to 11 millisecond excursion frame to frame, and it's frequent, meaning that you can perceive a slight stutter. This is an instance where we'd love to have an animation error metric in Linux, because it'd be a perfect way to drill down into the issue further. For a 5090, this experience is unacceptable. We know it doesn't do this in Windows, so this is unique to the situation. The RX 9070 XT plots with extremely consistent frame-to-frame intervals, with almost no excursions. The few that do exist are no more than 3 to 4 milliseconds from frame n-1, or the prior frame. So while the 9070 XT has overall lower frame rate average or higher frame interval timing, the experience is far better when using it. At 1440p, the RTX 5090 establishes more distance in average frame rate from the RX 9070 XT, yet still suffers from dismal 1% and 0.1% low averages. The end result is that the 9070 XT has remarkably consistent frame-to-frame pacing, with some of the best proportionality we've seen on these charts so far, while the RTX 5090 Founders Edition flounders its way through pacing. The 9070 XT is superior in this test. That may change if NVIDIA is able to fix whatever the problem is. However, a fix would likely reduce the average frame rate by pacing the frames more evenly. 5090 lows here are inconsistent, meaning that they vary widely run to run. The other NVIDIA devices suffer a similar fate, like the 5080. The 9070 ends up better than the 5080 by experience, and is functionally tied on average frame rate. The lows on the 5060 are more even with its average, as we appear to be hitting some kind of floor for the driver. For its price, the B580 is doing well as compared to the 9060 XT and the RTX 5060. Here's the frame pacing for the 1440p results. The 5090 shows the same behavior as before, just with a higher baseline time required at closer to 10 to 11 milliseconds. The excursions adjust accordingly, now at 19 to 22 milliseconds for the spikes, or a deviation of about 10 to 12 milliseconds frame to frame in some cases. The rapid succession of these spikes is what makes the experience bad for the player, at least in terms of how it actually feels to play the game. The 9070 XT looks about the same as before. The average time is a little longer, but the fluidity is far better. Here's the 4K bar chart. The 5090 handles 4K better than anything else, so we finally found a situation where the game load crushes the other cards enough that even an inefficient and poorly running 5090 can still outmatch them. The lows come up a little from the prior chart, mostly because the inconsistency run-to-run is just so high for the 5090's low-end average performance, which is just the nature of poorly paced frame intervals in general. The RX 9070 XT now falls technically behind the 5080 in average FPS, with its lows still better than the 5080, but worse than the 5090. That said, they're more proportional to the 9070 XT's average, so they may still feel more fluid despite being overall lower frame rate. Resident Evil 4 is up next. We had to prune more outlier test passes for this one than other games just due to run-to-run consistency issues. At 1080p, the 5090 leads at 360 FPS average, about 27% over the 5080. We need to see higher resolutions for scaling away from CPU limitations. The 5080 and 9070 XT are clearly unconstrained by the CPU though, and the 5090 makes that much obvious. The 9070 XT is just behind the 5080 in all three metrics, giving the 5080 a 7.8% advantage in average frame rate. Broadly speaking, this isn't looking as favorable for NVIDIA as in Windows environments. AMD seems disproportionately favored here as compared to typically. To be that close to a 5080 is not a good thing for NVIDIA. The 9060 XT is about 48% ahead of the B580 as a result. The 9060 XT is similar to the 5060 for performance. As an aside, the 0.1% low standard deviation is very high in this test overall, although the average frame rate was generally remarkably consistent. At 1440p, the 5090 drops to 316 FPS average and now leads the 5080 by 51%. That's a huge gain over the 27% previously, and is mostly thanks to imposing more of a GPU bind. The 5070 Ti and 9070 XT are about tied with each other, but the 5070 Ti has lower 0.1% low marks due to a lower performance pass. This is real data though, and is representative of the experience, so we've included it. The B580 and B570 don't perform well, again, falling below the RTX 5060 and landing at the bottom of the chart. The cards are cheaper than everything else here, assuming MSRP, so it's somewhat expected. In the very least, though, Intel's frame time pacing performance is good here, with some of the most consistent frame-to-frame intervals on the chart. At 4K, the RTX 5090 now clues a ridiculous 66% lead over the RTX 5080, seemingly continuing to gain as load increases. It's able to brute force its way to the top of other charts. Standouts include the RTX 5060, which actually did okay for average frame rate at 4K, if not for the awful 1% and 0.1% load metrics, which call our attention to bad frame-to-frame interval pacing. The B580 and B570 are at the bottom again, but to their credit, are both better than the NVIDIA RTX 5060 result. The middle of the chart sees the 5070 and 9070 about 10 FPS apart in averages. Starfield is up next. No one plays this game, so we figured we'd multiply 0 by 0 and test it in Linux. The 9070 XT did phenomenally here by comparison to the 5090. Actually, NVIDIA is just straight up screwed in this game, with bad performance as a result of the drivers of the game interaction. Obviously, a 5090 is just better than a 9070 XT in basically literally every possible metric objectively. However, in actual use in this test, its performance is worse than an RX 9070 and an RX 9070 XT alike. The 5090 is just 19% ahead of the 5080 here, with the 5070 Ti about the same as the 5080 and the 5070 not far behind. This is a clear indication that something is just broken in this chain of drivers somewhere and software, and it's falling on NVIDIA. The game was overall extremely consistent in its average and 1% lows. AMD comes away looking good here overall, and has thus far held more of an advantage in Linux benchmarking as compared to its relative positioning in Windows. In Starfield at 1440p, the same situation unfolds. The 9070 XT leads the charts, followed closely by the 9070 non-XT. These two cards remain as close as ever to each other. The 5090 is next, then the 5080. This time, the 5090 leads the 5080 by 24%. That's not normal, but it's at least better. Broadly speaking, NVIDIA is getting wrecked here. It's not even close. The NVIDIA GPUs still hierarchically line up against each other by name, but do not land where expected by actual performance differences. At 4K, the situation improves slightly for the 5090, but not in a way that matters much. The 9070 XT is still in front, now at 60 FPS average, and still with lows that scale as expected. The 5090 trails, basically tying the 9070 XT here. The lows difference is within variance of the XT. The 9070 flanks the 5090 on the other side, so overall, the higher resolution has created a scenario where it's clawing itself ahead, the 5090 that is, but still not by an amount that you'd come to expect from the hardware it has. This looks like how Intel GPUs sometimes feel on Windows. The hardware is clearly capable of more, but it can't break out of some external box. Speaking of Intel, it's not present here. because it's just broken in this title. We'll look at that more in a few minutes. Dying Light 2 is next, first at 1080p. The RTX 5090 leads everything here for average frame rate, including about a 43% lead over the 5080. The lows for the 5090 and 5080 illustrate a limit to how close they can get to the average of NVIDIA's higher-end devices, where we're bouncing off of some kind of driver or softer ceiling. The 9070 XT and 9070 both carry lows closer to the average, once again, with average results for the 9070 XT about tied with the 5070 Ti, but better 1% and 0.1% low averages. The B580 appears at 74 FPS average, showing that it's playable and competitive with at least the 9060 XT. Have we said average enough in the last two paragraphs? I thought so. Let's move on. One thing here, the RTX 5070 Ti had extremely high run-to-run variance that appears to be just a part of the performance characteristics for this configuration. We didn't see this with all of their devices. Normally, what we would do is, because we have enough data to support it, we'd strip out the bad results, rerun it all, and see if they repeat. And if they don't, we call it some kind of test deviation or an issue of that specific run, like a Windows background task. In this case, we're including the data because we're still new to Linux testing. This appears to be a real result, not some test outlier. This plot shows that overall, the frame-to-frame pacing of 4 passes is generally inconsistent. The spikes you're seeing above each cluster of data are undesirable, but the worst one clearly happened just before frame 3000, where we had a spike to about 46 milliseconds. This is long enough that you definitely notice, even though it is a single spike. The 1440p results have the 5090 50% ahead of the 5080 in average frame rate, with the 5080 leading a nearly tied pairing of 9070 XT and RTX 5070 Ti. The 9070 XT maintains better frame interval pacing, although not by as much as some previous results. The RX 9070 is likewise consistent. The B570 ran at 43 FPS average and is plotted here as well. At 4K, the RTX 5090 held a 119 FPS average and lows that were still disproportionately low as compared to those of the 5080. To us, this indicates again that there's a ceiling the higher performance NVIDIA card is bouncing off of for pacing. The 9070 XT ran at 64 FPS average, roughly tying the 5070 Ti and landing within error of its 0.1% lows. Predictably, the 9060 XT, 5060, B580, and B570 can't really run this test. It's okay though. We still included the data just in case the scaling is useful. Cyberpunk 2077 Phantom Liberty is up now, first rasterized. Immediately the first thing we observed was the higher standard deviation of this test, with 0.1% low standard deviation, about 10 to 11 FPS, which is the highest of these charts so far. At least 3 cards were in this range for this test. The game is just more variable than in our Windows environment. The RTX 5090 ran at 195 FPS average, leading the 9070 XT by 32% in average frame rate. However, the 9070 XT again has superior lows to the NVIDIA RTX 5090, and in a big way. Fortunately for NVIDIA, the card is still overall playable and the large spikes aren't easily noticeable. Because its lows are high enough overall, it may be the case that the 5090 maintains a better experience, but only by brute force. The 5080 trails the 9070 XT for average frame rate and significantly in low averages. The 9070 is close in average FPS to the 5080 and advantaged in lows. Intel's B580 ran at about 60 FPS average, which isn't bad for an ARC card in this game. That has it behind the 5060, which leads by a 20% in average frame rate, but they are roughly tied in 1% and 0.1% lows. At 1440p, the 5090 held a 148 FPS average with lows at 104 and 90. This is a 46 to 50% lead over the 9070 XT and RTX 5080, which have about the same average frame rate. Lows are also numerically better, but they are less proportionally spaced from the average. The Intel B580 drops to 40 FPS due to the heavy load of 1440p, following the RTX 5060. The 5060 struggles with the combination of VRAM limitations and NVIDIA software-specific issues in this test on this OS. We don't expect the 5060 to be able to play this game at 4K, to be clear, but other than this result, the rest is similar to what we've seen previously. NVIDIA's results are improving at the low end, but are still disproportionate in the 5090 as compared to the other devices. The 9070 XT struggled at 4K, landing at 48 FPS average and trailing the 5080 in all 3 metrics. The B580 and B570 both massively outperform the 5060, as does the 9060 XT, particularly in the low metrics. We're getting into Baldur's Gate 3 benchmarking now. This game is different from many of the others here. It has a Linux native build and a Windows build, and its test matrix gets more complex by the fact that it has Vulkan and DX11. The Linux native build had some serious issues that we'll talk about in a few minutes, but we still tested it. At 1080p with the Linux native build running the Vulkan API, NVIDIA runs completely sporadically and unreliably. We are well aware that the 5090 is below the 5070, and that obviously is not how these cards should behave, nor does it seem like a normal or good test result. But after retests and evaluation, the only thing consistent is inconsistency when it comes to NVIDIA with the Linux native build of Baldur's Gate 3 with Vulkan. The 9070 XT ran at 238 FPS average here. Its lows weren't proportional to that average and are overall less consistent than we'd like and than we saw in other games. The 9060 XT lands predictably below that, followed by a host of unreliable NVIDIA results. Now the tests again produced these numbers, and it is what happened, but it's clearly just broken. Broadly speaking, the build is buggy. Due to issues with reliability, we're not listing error bars on this one. 1440p is also messed up, as you'd expect. The results for NVIDIA are, again, unreliable and all over the place. It's clearly just straight up broken. The 9070 XT isn't as consistent as it should be, though at least runs at an average frame rate that's okay. Let's move on to a different build. With the Windows build and Bazzite running DX11, things look more normal. The RTX 5090, the 5080, the 5070 are bottlenecked on CPU performance, with the 5060 Ti also bottlenecking but not as hard. The 8GB RX 9060 XT ran at 130 FPS average and had lows similar to the RTX 5060 8GB card, both significantly ahead of the Intel B580. Even still, Intel manages 79 FPS for the average and overall okay lows when considering its generally disadvantaged position. The B570 isn't far behind and matches the scaling we'd expect from prior Windows scaling comparisons of the two Intel models. At 1440p, things are the same, just scaled down. The top three cards are hitting a CPU or other bottleneck, with the 5060 Ti occasionally bouncing off of it, but still somewhat struggling on its own. At 4K, the 5090 hit 170 FPS average, which is technically ahead of its 1440p result. That'd make no sense in a GPU-bound scenario when going from 1440p to 4K, but in this case, the results at 1080p, 1440p, and 4K are all bottlenecked on non-GPU components for the RTX 5090, possibly also including software. The end result is that the results will be slightly more variable due to different constraints. Effectively, all three resolutions are identical for the 5090 because of external limits. We were able to get the 9070 XT to run in this one. Its result was 103 FPS average, whereas we saw 115 with the Linux build and Vulkan, although not directly comparable. Moving on to ray tracing benchmarks, starting with Cyberpunk 2077 at 1080p, NVIDIA has always had an advantage in this test on Windows, and that sustains here. A lot of that is just from the actual hardware itself. They're just better with their RT hardware right now. The 5090 held a 135 FPS average, leading the 5080 by 46%. The 5070 Ti follows, with the 9070 XT showing up at 72 FPS average and landing between the 5070 and 5070 Ti. Intel's B580 actually did well here with its 58 FPS average, planting it just ahead of the 5060 Ti. That's a compelling argument for Intel in this specific case. The RTX 5060 fails completely and cannot run this test. 1440p is predictably heavy for these cards. The 5080 is the last card to technically perform above 60 FPS average, with the 9070 XT approaching the 5070 Ti but not meeting it. In this situation, AMD does not have an advantage in low performance and is not more consistent in frame pacing than NVIDIA. Intel, however, is disproportionately good for the value of its hardware and approaches the RTX 5070 while maintaining roughly equal or slightly better lows. 4K is too heavy for this configuration of these cards, but we still ran it. The 5090 maintains actually good frame interval pacing here, with its lows relatively close to its average, but still it's at 49 FPS average. The next closest card is the 5080, and that's only at 30 FPS average. We'll just do these last two RT charts. In Black Myth with RT Medium and FSR Quality, the 5090 ran at 113 FPS average, leading the 5080 by just 30% and roughly tying in lows. AMD's first appearance isn't until below the 5060, and even then, its low performance is disproportionately bad. In this situation, AMD is getting comparatively crushed. Overall, this is something of a reversal from prior charts. AMD has disproportionately bad lows and overall performance. NVIDIA, meanwhile, outdoes it. The RTX 5060 struggles in average frame rate, but did okay in its lows. It seems to float closer to whatever barrier exists in these scenarios. Dying Light 2 is next, with ray tracing now. In this test, NVIDIA again outperforms AMD significantly. The RTX 5070 outdoes the 9070 XT here, with only the 5060 Ti and 5060 behind the 9070 non-XT. Overall, on high-end hardware, most of the games we tested ran without any major issues on Bazzite here. The Linux gaming environment is changing actually every day in a lot of cases, and so any individual bug we experience could be already gone, it could be gone tomorrow, and Intel cards and cards with less VRAM in particular, like the RTX 5060, seems to be more likely to have problems in testing. Before running the test, we were having a hard time determining whether people consider NVIDIA's Linux support to be bad in the sense that the cards don't work, or bad in the sense that people don't agree with NVIDIA's approach and think it doesn't align with the spirit of Linux. So from Antheus again, quote, in the context of NVIDIA drivers, open refers to the kernel module, which is now under the MIT license, but the drivers are still proprietary. Before the open module, there was a closed module, and the main difference between them is that the closed module was made for pre-GSP or GPU system processor cards. Before GSP, the NVIDIA driver did a lot of heavy lifting and had, for example, 10,000 lines of monitor EDID fixes. Stuff like this is important proprietary information for them, so the driver was closed source, which made a lot of Linux users upset and was a legal gray area with the kernel code. Now, with GSP, which is a coprocessor on the card, they can shove all those fixes in the firmware of that coprocessor, which is closed source, and distribute an open driver that communicates with that. It's just fancy software engineer lawyering, end quote. For gaming, the NVIDIA Bazite build worked as well as the non-NVIDIA build, at least with the relatively new GPUs we tested. Now, I will say, for Patrick and myself, it was an awesome change of pace to be directly contacted by the developers of Bazite, Mango HUD, and pretty much any open source tool that we mentioned publicly in the course of working on this. On Windows, the OS and the driver are out of our hands, and Microsoft employees only talk to us on strict conditions of anonymity. So it's a pretty big change, and on Linux, being able to directly ask for information and request important features and updates, that's pretty cool, and it's a great sign. Now, keeping it real with everyone, it's not perfect, and you need to set your expectations. It's still worth trying though, but here's some of the issues we ran into. We can thank the Steam Deck for normalizing how well so many games run through Proton. Although we had issues in some instances, it's still largely true that it's just a lot better than it used to be. As Steam Deck users are aware, some anti-cheat software flat out refuses to run, which means the games can refuse to run. We dropped F124 immediately for this reason. This is the only game from our suite that was affected by this, but since anti-cheat is usually associated with popular mainstream games, this remains one of the most significant obstacles to Linux gaming. Our two RE engine games, Resident Evil 4 and Dragon's Dogma 2, didn't show any options for ray tracing. It's a known issue, and it may be possible to work around, but not without a level of tweaking that we're trying to avoid for purposes of maintaining a sterile test environment. We're skipping RT tests for these two games on Linux until Capcom figures it out. A few Steam games have native Linux branches, which Steam always prioritizes for download on Linux. Unfortunately, sometimes the native Linux versions suck, not necessarily for any reason other than the developers decided to make them that way. In the case of Total War Warhammer 3, the Linux build lags significantly behind the Windows version. It looks like most users opt to run the Windows build through Proton instead, so that's what we ended up testing. Baldur's Gate 3 is another game in our suite with a native Linux version, although it only came out after we had already started testing, and it promptly broke desktop Linux installs because Larian forgot about non-Steam Deck Linux users. This distributor-side messiness will become more common as the Steam ecosystem expands. We also found that the full screen mode in Baldur's Gate 3 would always run at the native display resolution regardless of in-game settings, specifically...
What? This was made 5 days ago?
Hey, what's up guys, Ruff here. So over the years I've covered a lot of content focusing on reactions to fictional content, mainly anime and anything anime styled, and this tweet right here is evergreen, saying that people on Twitter will treat fictional characters as if they're real people and then talk about real people as if they're fictional and then get mad at you for knowing the difference. Now we've seen this play out over and over again with fictional content, but there is a new level that we're going to look at more today where people justify their hatred of anime or anything styled like that, and they extend it to the Japanese. The amount of racism towards the Japanese on Twitter is insane. It's one of those things where the people who normally cry about every little act that they believe is racism somehow will come up with the most racist stuff ever when it involves the Japanese, and it often starts with fictional content, but let's look at some real life and recent examples of this sort of stuff going on. So recently, there is a new Prime Minister of Japan, and she is a woman, and she's also conservative. Ooh, that's not going to work out for the people on Twitter. So here's a quote of that saying, "What happens next? Japan needs to shut up and go back to making adult films and drawing cute kittens. Leave the international politics to the big boys." Wow. basically these type of people, they're like, we need more female representation. But no, not like that! Because, of course, it doesn't align with their beliefs. But here's a funny new trend where people are getting owned by Grok. You can see someone asking Grok, correct me if I'm wrong, but this post seems a little immature. And Grok says, it does strike me as immature, leaning on lazy stereotypes instead of addressing Japan's real economic clout, technical edge, and alliances like QUAD. Provocative takes can spark debate, but this one sidesteps substance for cheap shots. Japan punches above its weight globally. Dismissing that ignores facts. Yeah, that person got owned by Grok. Here is some more just disturbing comments you see on Twitter. The caption of this video above it is basically saying some Japanese train goers react to a Chinese baby playing on the rings of the subway, like the rings you hold on to. And this psycho with 22,000 likes reacts to that by saying, Japanese people rarely see children outside of that. So seeing one in real life is very strange for them. Holy projection. This person saw a baby playing on rings in a subway and then impulsively shrieked out racist remarks and then thought about child abuse. And this person wants you to think they're the normal one. Holy projection. Look out for people like this. These are unironically the people that someone needs to keep an eye on. Then defending that post, this person says, white people when you make fun of their ditty sushi country. And then, of course, the irony of this person saying that while using a product of Japan. Interesting stuff. Now, you know right here, things are going to take a big twist, okay? Shocking, I know. People are going to get very mad about this one. So, for context, this tweet says Japanese electronic signboard. And it is a giant signboard promoting Brown Dust 2, which is technically not a game developed in Japan, but this is an advertisement in Japan. And of course, the character is anime styled. And yep, Twitter users seeing a busty anime girl on a sign. It's completely over, ladies and gentlemen. Here's a quote saying, male sexual desire is a cancer upon society. Much of society's ills come from this single thing. Honestly, you just can't hate gooners enough. Well, first of all, this last part, have you seen the reactions from women to gacha games that are tailored towards them? Yeah, it's pretty insane. So that's a weird thing to assume. And also you're assuming that it's just men who enjoy this, which, you know, is obviously a... Hello, motherfucker! Yeah, it's all men. They see a poster of an anime girl in Japan, and all of a sudden, all of society's ills come from male desire. The male gaze is what they should have used that instead. It's a lot funnier. This person would quote saying, Japan is a country of sex-starved, pedophilic, R-word enthusiast men. Every Japanese man is a potential R-worder, but no one cares because this isn't India. I mean, besides the xenophobia right here, I'm going to show you guys a new trick. So, this is a new feature in case you haven't seen my other videos using this. Twitter added something where you can check the location of the account where they're posting, not like a specific address or anything, but just the country where they signed up. And man, I wonder why this person's saying that, but here's the twist. It's flagging this because it might be a VPN. So this person is either trying to cosplay as this sort of account, or they're doing it for real. Either way, it's pretty insane stuff. But here's another one saying Japan is a deeply misogynistic, pedophilic, and R-wordy country, and I'm sick of pretending it's not for the equally adult content rotted Japan fetishizing white males' sake. Holy word salad. Is there anything else you want to add in there? Any other ists and phobes and istics and anything else? You might as well just add them all in at this point. So besides the massive projection over this image on the board that has made them go full mask off racists, you can see this account is just fantastic every single time. Also, they're calling themselves a niche micro internet celebrity and a doll collector. Interesting. Here's some of their posts. I guarantee you.
Yeah, I'm good, dude.
If a Japanese
How you
account
doing,
posted
buddy?
the same exact thing, and these were more anime-style characters, you'd be calling them a million terrible things under the sun. So I think this is all just massive projection.
You been well? What's new? I just been chilling. Oh, I don't have my stream avatars up. Hell yeah, dude. I appreciate you being here, dude. Definitely do. Always do. Hope you're nice and well. I definitely appreciate you being here. It's new, man. It has been a day. These ships seem to like to get in front of me. So I'm gonna smoke. I'm gonna smoke some weed. Try not to think about it. Yeah, most of my day has been great. I had my girl with me for some of it, and, well, in the wee early morning, that is. But, man.
but here's a funny little scenario that played out. So you can see the caption here with the screenshot says, I was pretty sure the 33K likes on the original is botted, but I didn't expect them to delete their post for alienating their mutuals. So here's the first post saying, advertising an adult content bait game on the big city screens where children can see Japanese women should be allowed to kill men. Then shortly after, getting dunked on, they made an apology post saying this isn't the kind of thing I want to be known for, nor do I want to push away my mutuals by sounding too obnoxious. F misogynistic men anyways. Okay, so they're not sorry. And then they post this saying, artist mutual unfollowed me. I'm sorry about the post. Oh no. Losing people on Twitter. This person's life is now in shambles. Well, you should have thought about that before you made a terrible post like that. Here's another example involving Wuthering Waves, which is, again, it's a Chinese-developed game, but has anime-themed characters in terms of their style, and also the dialogue reflects that. So there was actually a bunch of posts revolving around this where this character Chiza says, "Thank you, senpai." And they were all taking this and implying it meant something sexual or romantic between the two. And they're getting upset because now they're like, oh, is this a straight ship? Oh no. People get very upset about that on Twitter. But they got hit with a note. This is another great feature on Twitter. Senpai means senior in Japanese. Chiza was literally saying, thank you, senior. There is no in between the lines here as OP is trying to make it sound. Yeah. And this is a good point. Hoodweebs and tourists watch so much adult content, they believe senpai is a sexual term. Yeah, absolutely correct. It's all projection. They're basically trying to say, I know your culture better than you, and I know what your terms mean better than you, and I've only seen it in these specific context right here. So now I'm going to imply that a character calling another one senpai is something sexual or romantic. It's peak tourism, to say the least. And then we have an example of the Yamato situation, okay? It keeps going. Oda, of course, created this character for One Piece. And there's been a controversy, in case you missed it, for a couple years now where people are claiming this character is trans. Now, they're basing that off of a scene where basically this character is LARPing as a male figure. And they believe that means that's their identity forever. And it's a very toxic wasteland when it comes to this conversation. But pointing out here, the official North American Toei Animation account called Yamato a him, and then quickly edited their tweet after that. So they initially said every post honors Yamato's free spirit on his birthday. And they were getting a lot of flack. I thought maybe, or they maybe thought like, oh, this is going to pander to a bunch of people in the West. Well, a lot of people got very mad. So they would quickly edit and remove any sort of mention of male pronouns in it. And in case anyone's confused, this is the official card made by Oda himself, the creator of this character, labeling her gender as female. This is one of the most insane debates on Twitter, and it continues to this day, and it looks like we saw one of these Western-focused accounts trying to pander to a bunch of screechers on Twitter who are trying to push the narrative that this character is trans. But here's another tweet talking about Japan, saying Japan is like smoking weed. No, not allowed. Essay and R-wording women. They don't care, or they approve it even. Yeah, that is a gross stereotype that you see perpetuated all the time on Twitter. And of course, the person gets absolutely destroyed, and they say, muting this, I don't give a F what you weeaboo incels have to say. Daily, women get assaulted, not only in Japan. My point is that Japan is the only one that treats it as if it's no biggie. If you have anything to say to posting your profile, I am not up to debate the facts. So yeah, citation needed on any of this. So yeah, unfortunately in the proposed notes, it says, the amount of assaults in Japan as of 2025 statistics is only in the 2000s, which isn't great, but it isn't as bad as the 81,000 in Brazil. And they say, hentai doesn't count, with a source provided. An actual source this time. And then this person responds to that by calling every musky otaku bundle of sticks in the quotes. In Brazil, sex crimes are heavily prosecuted, yada yada yada. They got exposed, once again projecting over Japan many such cases. But honestly, this whole like feature of like finding out where people are is hilarious. You see accounts like this who have been pretending to be like the voice of the political scene in Japan, and they're fighting for all sorts of social issues and all this stuff, and calling out like the conservative movement in Japan and yada yada yada. They're also based in Brazil. It's actually insane. Based in Brazil, connected in the United States. So at the very least, this person is not in Japan, but these are the people who think they're the authority of what's going on there, and they judge people, and they spread tons of misinformation. It's actually pretty insane how all this goes, but anyways, that's going to do it for this video. Another round of people projecting over fictional content and also being racist towards Japan, but hey, just another day on Twitter, I guess. So that's going to do it for this video. As always, feel free to share your thoughts about today's topics in the comment section down below. Hope you guys enjoyed the video, and I'll see you next time.
This is Akash Singh, Indian. He is currently being obliterated on the internet, and it's really important to talk about why. Also, Pokimane humiliating yourself because apparently to be a modern female influencer, you have to be absolutely insufferable. Wow, I don't know who came up with the lore here, but for some reason, that's where we're at. Akash Singh over here is a comedian. He portrays himself as a macho man, a man that gets around, that sees the town. But he's Indian. And even more importantly, he has a girlfriend / wife that he married, I believe, and she's humiliating. She's going throughout the internet just making fun of him. She's become an influencer, and she's using his millions to essentially make him her pet, and it's pathetic. And he's like making believe he's actually kind of a Giga Chad base, and he's so like respectful of women, and he's like fighting for women's rights. He's a feminist. He's out there, and he's absolutely getting humiliated on the timeline. Because feminists these days, they like sitting down, they like telling you, hey, I respect women so much, I am gonna treat them like a man. The twist, though, is that they're not a man. She wants your attention. She wants your love. You gave her your money, and now she's like, you know what? She will destroy you. All right, let's talk about this, because you know, we got to do this immediately. So this is Akash Singh's wife, Jasleen. Okay. To everyone saying we should get divorced, we didn't sign a prenup. In other words, he can't divorce me or I'm gonna take half of what he's worth. Now, you might think this is just playful banter. Playful banter between this dude who basically gives her everything in her entire life except for his attention. This dude and this woman who essentially is saying that you are stuck with me forever because we didn't sign a prenup and therefore I can take you for everything. Now, you could argue this is just playful banter. I would argue is it's disrespectful and she don't know her place. But hey, whoa. He's a feminist, and he respects her ability to make jokes. He's a comedian after all. Well, what about this clip?
Get this little... It's a ring light! Dr. Trevor, what are we doing? So, Jasleen sustained a bruise, some physical activity at home, and we treat a lot of bruises here, just for many different reasons. And so they're called... Also, I heard you're single, is that true?
That's instant divorce. Instant divorce. Absolutely, for the record, unacceptable. It is. It absolutely is. And you know what? I know that the women in my life, who I love with my whole heart, would never even consider making a joke like this. Literally never. Because I am the most important thing in the world to her. And to be fair, she's the most important thing in the world to me. So hey, I can't fault her for that. But realistically, this would never even come up.
We get these kind of bruises on the neck. We call them something else on the neck, and it's surprisingly we get on the
Yeah, so it's nightmarish. All right, but hey, maybe she's just out there trying to be funny for her TikTok audience. Well, what about this clip?
Sometimes I get so painfully nostalgic for college. I'm living my best life in these white boy frat houses. I'm active.
languages to be particularly interesting. И благодаря тому, что русский — это мой родной язык, я могу понимать очень много из других славянских языков, несмотря на то, что я их никогда не учил. That was a little test. If you speak a Slavic language, you probably understood some of what I just said. Because yes, Slavic languages are very similar in a lot of ways. However, sometimes that similarity can actually be deceiving. Like for example, in the Polish language, the word uroda means beauty, while in Russian, the word urod means an ugly person. In the Russian language, the word bulka means a type of a pastry or bread, while in the Bulgarian language, the word bulka actually means bride. Or for example, my absolute favorite, in Russian, the word zapomnić means to remember, while in Polish, zapomnić means to forget. Or here's another one I like. In Czech, the phrase черствый хлеб means fresh bread, while in Russian, черствый хлеб means stale or rotten bread. Yes, I can totally see how that makes complete sense, but that is actually the truth, because sometimes knowing a Slavic
clearly
language
don't
actually
sound
make
the
it
same.
worse and more difficult for you to understand another Slavic language. And even though a lot of words in Slavic languages are very similar, sometimes Slavic languages just make zero sense. So, hey there people, it is your boy Roman, your favorite neighborhood Russian, and in today's video, we're gonna talk about confusing similarities and false friends in Slavic languages. Now, what are false friends? False friends is something that actually exists not only in Slavic languages but any other language out there, and false friends are actually words in any language that either sound or look similar to each other but yet have completely different meanings. For example, in the English language, the word gift means, well, a gift. We're speaking English right now, so, but in German, the word gift actually means poison. Or for example, in English, the word embarrassed means, well, embarrassed, but in Spanish, embarazada means pregnant. So basically, yes, even though these words sound and look kind of the same, and you might think they have a similar meaning, the meaning actually is completely different. And the amount of words like this in Slavic languages that confuse the hell out of people is actually insane. Here, for example, some very not nice ones. In Bulgarian, karam means to drive, while in Serbo-Croatian, it means to fuck. In Polish, zachod means west, but in Czech, zachod actually means toilet. There's probably some political commentary buried in there somewhere, but again, in Serbian Croatian, piće means drinks, while in Slovak, piće means bitches. In Polish, droga means roads, while in Bulgarian, droga means drugs. And another one in regards to being pregnant. In Slovene, trudna means to be tired, while in Serbo-Croatian, once again, trudna means to be pregnant. So it's just a complete mess, right? And for us Slavic people, it's always really funny to see how the same thing means something completely different in another Slavic language. And look, I know that I have a bunch of English speakers who don't speak Slavic languages watching this video, and you guys are probably missing out on all the fun right now. So, to explain to you guys how exactly Slavic people find other Slavic languages funny, I think you guys just need to remember the existence of Dutch. A lot of English speakers these days basically say that Dutch is not a serious language and it's not a real language because it kind of just seems like a funny, strange version of English. Obviously, we've all seen this classic right here. We have an serious problem, like... Yes, guys, how is this language even real? Let's be honest. Spank me daddy when translated to Dutch is give me and clap papa. And in general, English speakers are just marveled at the fact that they can actually understand Dutch without even translating it. And the reason why Dutch seems funny if you know English is because, well, they come from the same roots. They're both Germanic languages. And yes, sometimes Dutch really does seem like a scuffed version of English.
You've probably seen your fair share of memes about Dutch. This tweet in particular has been doing the rounds recently. It's a quote from Dutch politician Geert Wilders saying, "We have a serious problem," in Dutch, and it's been mocked relentlessly by the English-speaking internet. Dutch and English are very closely related. They're both West Germanic languages, and as such, they have a lot of vocabulary in common. They're definitely not the same. I think those slight differences in what are otherwise familiar words for English speakers, as well as some sequences of sounds that are common in Dutch and less so in English, put Dutch in a sort of uncanny valley. In other words, it's easy to start reading something in Dutch and subconsciously think that it's in English for a second before your expectations are joyously subverted.
Yeah, this video right here actually explains why English speakers find Dutch so funny, and that's pretty much what happens with Slavic languages as well. When you know a Slavic language, reading anything in another Slavic language feels like something strange is happening. It feels like an uncanny valley of sorts as well, because it's kind of close enough to be your own language, but at the same time it throws in same curveballs at you. And yes, sometimes some Slavic people take this a little bit too far. For example, you know obviously that in Russia right now, there's a lot of anti-Ukrainian propaganda happening. Russia's official position right now is basically that Ukraine is just a made-up country created by Vladimir Lenin, and that it's a made-up culture and language that is like simply a funny version of Russian or whatever, right? Which is obviously complete nonsense. Russian and Ukrainian are both full-on deserved members of the Slavic language community. they're both very much real, right? But the thing is, I think it is actually normal, and there's nothing wrong with, like, being Russian, for example, and finding some things in Ukrainian funny. It's not wrong to be Czech and find some things in Polish funny, right? As long as you don't take it too far with the nationalism and say that because this language is funny to me, that means that it's actually not a real language, and it's like a bastardized version of my great, you know, Slavic language. Every Slavic language has a right to exist, and I suggest that we as Slavs simply just have fun and appreciate the differences in our languages without, you know, saying that this language is fake and that language is fake, you know, all this complete nonsense. Now what's quite cool actually is that on Wikibooks, there's an entire table of every single Slavic languages and their false friends between each other. So for example, if I want to find out, let's say false friends between Ukrainian and Polish, I just go here, and there you go. We can take a look at all of them. It's pretty cool, pretty useful. But when it comes to Polish, as a Russian, I've always obviously found it really interesting how many similarities and differences there are between Russian and Polish. And I actually want to show you guys this video here from quite a few years ago from Let's Polish featuring Zoomer about Polish versus Russian false friends. And this one is a classic, honestly.
Кофе w czaszkę. Nie chodzi tu bynajmniej o picie kawy z czaszki, ponieważ czaszka to filiżanka. Oj tam, jakieś tam niewinne skojarzenie, czepianie się. No to zobaczmy dalej. Zoomer, a podoba ci się mój kanał? Ja горжусь тобой. Gardzić, ale dlaczego? Гордиться. Ты не понимаешь? No i kolejna wpadka, ponieważ gardzić to znaczy być dumnym. Wyobrażasz sobie ojca, który krzyczy na swoje dziecko?
Okay, so here's the first one that I really like. In Russian, gardzice means to be proud of, while in Polish, gardzić, which sounds very similar, means to despise somebody. So quite of a big of a difference there. Let's keep going.
Wyobrażasz sobie ojca, który krzyczy na swoje dziecko: gardzę tobą. Tak naprawdę mówi do tego dziecka, że jest z niego dumny. Gdy jesteś w Rosji, uważaj, o co pytasz. Przepraszam pana najmocniej, gdzie tutaj jest sklep?
Склеп? Зачем тебе на склеп? Ну ладно, во всяком случае склеп находится в той стороне.
Yeah. So yes, in the reason I like this video is because they did some nice sketches, but yes. Another classic one. Polish sklep means a store, while in Russian sklep means a tomb, or like a grave, basically. So, again, what happened there? Like, what happened?
Sklep po rosyjsku to grobowiec, zaś taki sklep, gdzie można zrobić zakupy, to magazyn.
Magazine, not magazine, but I'll let it slide.
Okej, ale to już jest na maksa popieprzone. Odwiedzasz Rosjanina, chcesz być miły, kupujesz jakiś trunek, przychodzisz do niego w odwiedziny, a on mówi do ciebie:
Опа, привет, мой друг, сейчас все начнется. Давай, давай, садись на стул. На стул, а не на стол. Блин, на стул, а не на стол.
Sorry guys, I'm covering the subtitles, but yes. The whole joke is that in the Russian language, the word for chair is stool, and the word for table is stol. And in Polish, it's actually the complete opposite. The word for table is stool, while the word for chair is stołek. And once again, guys, I can totally see how that makes sense. It's like we're being trolled or something.
A teraz mały kawał. Przychodzi Rosjanin do baru i mówi:
Я хочу заказать пиво.
Ruski coś ty oszalał? Ja rozumiem, że wolisz wódkę niż piwo, ale żeby zakazywać piwa? Tutaj szybkie sprostowanie. Jeśli coś zakazujesz w języku rosyjskim, to tak naprawdę to zamawiasz. Zakazać to jest zamówić.
Another amazing one. Zakazać in Russian means to order, while in Polish it means to prohibit. And by the way, what's funny is that zakazać in Russian actually has the other meaning, which it has in Polish, which means to prohibit or to be forbidden in like phrases and sayings. For example, we can say "Будь туда тебе заказан," which in Russian technically should mean your way there has been ordered, but it actually means your way somewhere is completely prohibited, like you cannot go there. And this is pretty much a classic thing in all Slavic languages. Sometimes these differences that don't make any sense actually do make sense if you really dive into it. And also guys, now for Russian and Polish, last but not least.
A jak to u Rosjan bywa z pamięcią? Poznajesz piękną Rosjankę, spędzacie ze sobą miły wieczór, a ona mówi do ciebie:
Росянка, которого познал. Я хочу запомнить тебя.
Dlaczego? Przecież było nam tak dobrze.
So yes, once again, I already talked about this in the start of the video, but yes. This is the one that makes the least sense to me. In Russian, the word zapomnieć means to remember, while in Polish, zapomnieć means to forget. And there's actually another layer to this too, because in Polish, to remember is actually zapamiętać. While in Russian, we do have a similar word, zapamiętać, which actually means, guess what? It means to forget. So yes, like, there really is no running away from false threats. But anyway, even with all these insane difficulties, Polish is still like, it kinda still makes sense if you speak Russian, and I think if I actually put my time to it, and if I consume a bunch of media in the Polish language, I would actually be able to understand it. I mean, this is pretty much exactly how I learned English as a regular Russian kid. I just played video games in English, and I also watched a lot of TV and YouTube and movies in English, and I really immersed myself in the language. As it turns out, watching content can be really great for language learning. I think it would be even better with a tool like LinkTree, rates of which I'm currently sponsoring this video. LinkTree is a subscription-based video streaming service that was specifically created for language learning. It allows you to watch over 3,000 TV shows and movies in 13 different languages, while also helping you study. Let's imagine that I'm studying Russian. Here I am, for example, watching a Russian TV show with double subtitles in both Russian and English. If I see a new word that I do not know, I can click on it and immediately get a translation. Plus, the word gets automatically added to a list so I can look at it and study it later. Not only that, but you also get a transcription of the entire video on the side, where you can also click on any word and save it. Even the video playback has tools in it that make it easier for you to study words and sentences. Since I live in Portugal, I actually watch some content in Portuguese on the platform as well, and it works just as great. For example, Portuguese with Leo helped me learn at least 15 words. And later, after you finish watching something, you can actually go and take a special test designed just for you, based on the content that you just watched and the words that you highlighted. There's even a feature that allows you to learn a language by listening to music. For example, you can learn Russian through listening to Malchat Dama and really find out why these Eastern Europeans are so depressed. And what can I say? I really wish that a tool like this was around when I was a little kid studying English by just watching a bunch of content on the internet. So, if you're interested in this new language learning experience, then go over to the link down in the description where you can start your 7-day free trial on LinkTree. Plus, you also get a 55% discount. Huge thanks to LinkTree once again for sponsoring this video, and let's get right back into it. Here, for example, some false friends of Russian and Czech. First of all, we have the word "bydula," which in Russian, yes, pretty much means thug or like uneducated person. It's a word with a lot of meanings. But basically, yes, bydula, I think it originally came from like meaning cattle or something in Russian, and now it means like a thug or somebody who's, you know, just a no good kind of person, right? Like a redneck in America. But in Czech, bydula actually means livelihood or life itself. Then we have the word "девка," which in Russia, I mean, I wouldn't say it means village girl, it kind of just means girly. Look, in Czech it means whore. So arguably a lot worse, but like, honestly in Russian you can also use the word "девка" in the same way. Like, it's not the nicest word to use to describe a young woman, okay? So, I can definitely see how it's related. In Russian we have the word "херня." It's not anything, it's kind of like bullshit, whatever, nonsense. In Czech, herna means a casino, like a place with a bunch of arcades. This one makes sense to me, I guess. This is kind of like the way it works in most Slavic languages, these false friends. In Russian, yagody means any berries in general, but in Czech, yahody means strawberry in particular, right? Then we have kaki in Russian, which means shit, or poopy. While in Czech, kaki means, it means person. I just found out the word in English for this, guys. To me, it's just a cool line, okay? Another great one, we have akurki, which in Russian means cigarette butts. In Czech, it means cucumbers, which in Russian is actually agurtsi. So akurki, agurtsi, I can, you know, once again, you can kind of connection, but it's ridiculous. This is probably one of the most well-known ones with Czech and Russian. In Russian, ovoshi means vegetables, while in Czech, ovoce, which sounds very similar, means fruits. Which, like, once again, how the fuck does this happen, bro? It's ridiculous. Then you have palka in Russian means stick, palka in Czech means ping pong paddle. This one right here, pasor, or in Czech I guess it would be pozor. This is actually like a false friend with a lot of Slavic languages in Russian. Yes, pasor in Russian means shame, while in Czech it means attention. So on the streets in Czech Republic you see the sign saying pozor quite a lot, which is funny. As a Russian, you see a sign that simply just says shame on the road, but you know, it is what it is. I guess it's a Russian and Czech Republic. So shame. But this is actually a thing not only in Czech and Russian. Like for example, I know that in Serbia, theater is pozorište, which is like something you look at, I guess. That's the meaning, but it just sounds like a place of shame in Russian. And also sounds like the word pozorište gotta be trolling at this point. And the word trup. In Russian, trup means corpse, while in Czech, trup means simply just a torso or a body. So, incredible. And also as Russian, one language that I think I do have to point out when we talk about false friends and them being ridiculous is Bulgarian. Because, while Bulgarian had a lot of influence on Russian, and Bulgarian is kind of the granddaddy of most Slavic languages in some ways, but nowadays, Russian and Bulgarian, even though there's a lot of similarities, some words just make no sense. So once again, for example, we have stool and stall, the table and the chair is once again flipped here, so I guess Russian is just broken in that way. In Russian, the word for forest is les, while in Bulgarian, the word for forest is gara, or gora, right? But in Russian, gara, which is how I would read this in Russian, means mountain, not forest. Another one that I love, prямо in Russian means straight ahead, but in Bulgarian, straight ahead is actually направо, which in Russian would mean to go right. So if you're in Bulgarian, if you're Russian and you ask for directions and they tell you to go направо, it doesn't mean you have to go right, you have to go straight. That is insane. And also another one that I really, really like is the Russian word for watermelon, which is actually arbuz. In Bulgarian, the word for watermelon is actually dynya, which is really funny because in Russian, the word dynya, like a different kind of melon, not the watermelon, but a different kind of melon. So, the Bulgarian and the Russian language are definitely in a situation where knowing one of these languages actually makes it worse. It actually makes it harder for you to guess the words in another language. And also, just for fun, I guess I want to look up the false friends of Russian and Ukrainian, because once again, even though Russian and Ukrainian are very closely related, they're both Slavic languages that kind of came from the same roots. Throughout history, these languages have drifted apart quite a lot, and sometimes it actually gets fun. Like, for example, once again, in Russian, arbuz means watermelon, while in Ukrainian, harbuz, which sounds pretty much the same almost, means pumpkin, which just never made any sense to me. In Russian, kit means a whale, while in Ukrainian, kit means a cat, which in Russian would mean gold. So that is a very classic one for everybody who knows just a little bit about Russian and Ukrainian differences between them. I know a lot of these actually now because, you know, being Russian and having seen a lot of Ukrainian on the internet in the past couple of years, my understanding and knowledge of Ukrainian has actually gotten a lot better. A lot of words that I didn't know before I now know them. And I do know that, for example, in Russian, место means a place, while in Ukrainian, misto means city. And this is actually a thing in a lot of other Slavic languages. Or, for example, in Russian, the word muž means husband, while in Ukrainian, muž can mean husband, but also can mean man. And actually, it's quite funny because Ukrainian uses the word cholovik, or husband, more often than muž. But cholovik in Ukrainian, which means husband, sounds like человек in Russian, which means human. So, when you hear somebody in Ukrainian say, my husband, or cholovik, if you're Russian, it just sounds like they're saying my. And there's a ton of these, like, small differences. So the moral of the story is that even very closely related languages in the Slavic family can have false friends that will make you go absolutely insane. But yeah, folks, I guess that's going to be pretty much it today's video, though. I just wanted to talk a little bit about false friends in Slavic languages and why Slavic languages actually make no sense, and how knowing Slavic languages actually makes it worse and harder for you to guess other Slavic languages. And honestly, looking at all of this, it only puts in perspective how much of a wonder like the means the Slavic language is, because it's a language that can be understood by pretty much any Slavic person who knows any Slavic language without any learning. And obviously they specifically had to pick out words which have no double meanings in different languages just like this, so that it doesn't get confusing for people listening to the Inter-Slavic language. So the fact that we Slavic people can actually understand Inter-Slavic is insane. And they did an incredible job to make it understandable. If you guys don't know what I'm talking about, I have a video about Inter-Slavic on this channel. You should check it out. It's the language that's going to unite all the Slavs. But yeah, that's going to be pretty much it for today's video. I hope you guys found it fun. Hopefully you found it fun as well, even if you're not Slavic. And yeah, people, if you enjoyed this video, please make sure to slap the like button on it as always. If you guys want to support my channel additionally, that is financially, then go over to the link down in the description. Either become a channel member here on YouTube or buy me a coffee. It helps me out a lot. And yeah, people, thank you so much for tuning in, and I'll see you guys in the next video. Peace.
32 years ago, I was born. At around the age of 5, I saw my first ever Game Boy, and my
It gets weirder because there's no connection between the president and CZ at the moment. I mean, okay, so then he just pardoned a random guy. He doesn't even know who it is. I mean, can we just at least admit that, like, that sounds pretty fucking weird, right? This is when he won the election. I'm a pro fence sitter. I'm not a fence sitter. Like, I think that I've established my positions on things very, very clearly. Anybody who thinks that I'm a fence sitter on things, and there are some things that I am a fence sitter on. If you don't want me to be a fence sitter, then maybe you should make your side more attractive. Maybe you should do that. Maybe if you don't want people to not go to your side, maybe you should make it more appealing.
The first foreign visit by a mayor of New York is always considered significant. Where would you go first? Left, right, Ms. Adams.
First visit, I would visit the Holy Land.
Mr. Cuomo?
Given the hostility and the anti-Semitism that has been shown in New York, I would go to Israel.
Mr. Tilson, where would you go?
Yeah, I'd make my 4th trip to Israel, followed by my 5th trip to Ukraine, two of our greatest allies fighting on the front lines of the global war on terror.
Mr. Mamdani.
I would stay in New York City. My plans are to address...
This was the exact same moment for him than it was for Trump, when Trump raised his hand and said that he wouldn't support the Republican nominee for the party in the 2016 primary. This was his moment. Right here.
New Yorkers across the 5 boroughs and focus on that.
Mr. Mamdani.
And I said that then. Remember whenever I made the video about this guy, whenever I first saw this first happened, and I said, damn, that's a real one? Looks like I was right.
I just jump in. Would you visit Israel as mayor?
I will be doing, as the mayor, I'll be standing up for Jewish New Yorkers, and I'll be meeting them wherever they are across the 5 boroughs, whether that's in their synagogues and temples, or at their homes, or at the subway platform, because ultimately we need to focus on delivering on their concerns.
And just yes or no, do you believe in a Jewish state of Israel?
Even think about this method of questioning. Where would you go? I would stay in the country to support the people that voted for me. Okay, so do you like Jewish people? Okay, do you think Jewish people in Jewish countries should exist? Really? People watch this and they get radicalized. They do. They get radicalized. This is exactly why people want to burn the thing to the ground. Exactly right. And that is exactly what I said then. I identified it. A lot of my viewers, a lot of you guys, you don't like 80% of his opinions and his ideas. Maybe you don't like 100%. I don't like 80%. But this is part of the 20%. That's the thing. A lot of people got mad at me for saying this. So, New York is one of the highest cost of living areas in the entire country. You can see right here, it's up there with California and maybe a couple of other countries like Hawaii and stuff like that, right? And so his answer was perfect to capture the American vote, put New Yorkers first. So you have people, this is one of the most expensive cities, most expensive, states to live in, right? Countries, state, look, guys, you get what I'm saying. And so anyway, I get it. And so, be honest, the stat's useless without income stats. Okay. All right. Look at, you could have that. I mean, you could look at this here, $100,000 after taxes, and this is like fucking $30,000, right? You're not making any fucking money. Yeah, I don't know what you want me to find. Do we really need to go, how many graphs do you need to see before you can realize the obvious reality that it's really expensive to live in New York? America's most expensive states. New York, 10,000, 42,000. Look at this. It's like number one, right? I don't know about this specifically, right? But in general, yes, inflation is due to government spending more money, and spending more money isn't, you can't dig your way out of a hole. Well, you can if you do it sideways and then upwards. But overall, there are ways you can dig yourself out of a hole. Absolutely there are. But so how about Silicon Valley? Yeah, 70%. Well, what I'm saying is that my point with this is very simple. I'm getting distracted. We're getting off topic. People in New York can't afford rent. They don't have money for food. public transportation is a problem. That's the problems that they have. They don't give a fuck about Israel. They don't care about Israel. No. So then just move out of New York? Okay, just leave. Just go and leave the state, leave the city that you've spent your entire life in. No, they would rather vote for somebody that wants to make it better. And even though, again, I don't think a lot of people, and again, I think that how many of you guys are, maybe Trump guys, that you can at least respect this guy? You can respect the fact that he's at least trying to work for people that are in New York and not Israel. Can respect it. Yeah, I can respect it. And and you can disagree with a lot of things that he's saying, but this one point matters so much. This one thing. I don't believe words, but actions. Yeah, I don't think he's going to deliver on a lot of the stuff either. If you want me to be honest, I don't really think so. But we'll see what happens.
I believe Israel has the right to exist.
Not as a Jewish state?
As a state with equal rights.
He won't.
Why are you even asking? He's running to be the mayor of New York. Who the fuck cares what he thinks about Israel and Palestine? You need to figure out how to get the buses to work better and how to make sure that people don't get robbed. Like, that's your job. Like, who that gives up? Like, the fucking Israel and what the fuck? Jewish people in Israel? What are we doing? Because New York has Jewish people? They have Muslims too. They have everybody there. It's one of the most fucking diverse states in cities in the world. If everybody is there.
It has a right to exist as a Jewish state. Be very
And
clear.
his answer was no, he won't visit Israel.
I said that very
That's what he was trying to say.
No. Unlike you, I answered questions
no.
very directly.
All right.
My goal would be to take my first trip to Israel. My wife's life work in this area means a lot to our family, and it could coincide with my young son Miles' bar mitzvah. If you'd like to have his bar mitzvah.
Okay, but
And there it is. And so they can go back to Israel if they don't like New York? Yes, exactly. It's fucking McCarthyism. Yes, exactly. America. So people, you see this shit. You see this shit. And dude, it's just so weird. Think about this, right? Take your head out of everything for just a second. And think about the ridiculousness of every single candidate for the race to be the mayor of a city in one state inside of the United States. That every single person gives the same uniform answer to go to the Holy Land that is in another entire country on the other side of the world, while simultaneously that country has multiple PACs, political action committees, and influence inside of this country. Would that seem sus to you? Because I think we might have a couple of imposters here. We do. It sounds like it, yes. And fundamentally, very, very sus. And United States of Israel, I think the internet has made people too intentionally minded, too internationally minded. Yes, exactly. And I think that, again, New Yorkers care about issues that are affecting people in New York. Also, I think that a lot of people that were shocked by this win don't realize how colossally unpopular everybody that I know from New York, basically, doesn't like this guy. There are some people that would, plug their nose and vote for him and, all right, fine, I'll vote for this guy instead of Mandami. I know a couple of people from New York that are like that too, sure. But very few people liked him. Very few people liked him. There's a reason why he dropped out. And also, he's another fucking Democrat. This isn't like a Republican loss. This is one Democrat losing to another Democrat. That's it. Do you think there's there's no major Islamic PAC spending money to do the same? Look at Michigan or Minnesota. I think that while there might be, and while I think that there probably are, efforts that Islamic and Muslim PACs and different groups are doing in order to gain a foothold in American politics, I don't think that they can hold a candle to the influence that Israel already has. And so people they're not going to look at, okay, well, there is also this issue. They're going to look at the main thing. They're going to look at the main problem, right? That's it. Of course that's going to happen. Of course it's going to happen with China, with every other country. But there is one extent that it happens way more. Ridiculous take. It's not ridiculous. If it's so ridiculous, then why are none of them saying that they're going to visit Saudi Arabia? Oh, that's right, because it's not ridiculous. One of them is orders of magnitude larger than all of the other ones, and that's the one that people have a problem with. That's it. Or Jamaica. Yes, something like that. And those packs are registered with FARA. It's the difference, yes, because they aren't Muslim. Some of them, I'm sure that there are Muslim political action committees in one way or another, or Muslims that try to do things to influence American politics to better benefit Islam. I'm sure this happens. Of course it happens. But that's not the point. The point is that it is very clearly not as effective as Israel. Because not a single person there said anything different than Israel. Watch Trump Miami speech. It's so good. Yeah, I'll watch all of that stuff in general, right? But this ridiculous take is to the huge influence that Israel power Israel has. Yes, exactly. And so anyway, do you think Sharia law is a threat? He needs to understand taqiyya. I understand. That's the Muslim idea of that they're going to lie to you so they can advance Islam. I understand that. I don't know. Like, listen, I don't want Sharia law in the country either. I don't want to live in Saudi Arabia either. But that's not, I don't want to live in Israel or Saudi Arabia. The fact is that Israel has much more influence right now than Saudi Arabia or any of these other Muslim countries have. I understand people want to circle jerk about it and talk about how bad Islam is. I don't like extremist Islam either. It's pretty obvious I don't. I think most people in America don't. That's why they're pro-gay rights. So the reality is, yes, most people are in agreement with this. So there's not really, there's not a lot of debate here to be had. I live in America, yes. That's ridiculous. Yes, keep religion out of politics. Yes, exactly. And extremists of any religion is bad. Yes. And hoping the shit kicks, they don't run away from New York and stay there. Yeah. How much power does a mayor really have? Are people really dooming on this election? Here is what this election shows. The election shows that people are tired of Republican policies and their implementation over the last year. That's what it shows. I think that on a larger level, right? I think that there's a symbolic value of this, but I do think that a lot of the elections happened. They did happen. They happened in the majority, not all, but the majority of them were in, places where Democrats were probably going to win anyway. They were poised to win. People were expecting them to win. And what people expected to happen ended up happening, right? I think that's what happened. But in some cases, the difference of how many people voted for a Democrat there versus a Republican changed dramatically versus the 2024 presidential election. So why is it that so many more people voted for Democrat this time than did last time? Is it all because Kamala Harris was a retarded, drunk aunt at your Thanksgiving, family meal? Is that the only reason? I don't think that's the only reason.
How you doing? It's good to see you.
That's about it.
How's everything?
And what are some things that you
welcome
you
to the
don't
chat.
agree with them on? I don't agree with them on, for example, the idea that violence is an outcome of society. I think violence is a choice by an individual, and an individual makes a choice to be violent. And my solution to violent people would be putting them in jail, pretty much indefinitely, until they learn how to act and making them fucking do labor, right? I mean, I would compel them into labor. That's what I would do. So like that's a very big point of difference.
Trying to make some money
because
on
I think that the moment that you take a person's agency away from them and you say that, oh, okay, well, now this person, the reason why they're doing it is actually
the only thing I think I can do, successfully, take out certain enemy ships, certain pirate ships that have weaponry. In their holds. Like they're carrying weapons and whatnot. do some missions, get some money. Yeah.
This abstract concept and not of their own free will.
Yep.
I
This
think
is
that
world
really
of
run into a very, very dangerous
sea
precedent.
battles.
So yes, isn't the individual shaped by society? There are people that whenever you choose to stab
The map
somebody
is
on a
this
bus,
big.
that's not society's fault, and I want to put you in a box for the rest of your life. That's my policy. I'm not going to blame society. I'm not going to blame your parents. I'm not going to blame the government. I'm not going to blame a politician. I'm going to blame you, and you're going in the box. That's it. Is self-defense violence? Yes, it is. But it's okay violence. It's acceptable violence. Yeah, exactly. Bro, look into Sharia law. You will like it. I mean, honestly, the truth is that the way that they do things over there are a lot of similarities between the way that they do things over there and the way that I think things should be done. Now, I'm not saying I want it, but there are a lot of things that the way they handle it, I agree with it. Well, yeah, it's an old world. Yeah, sure. Yeah, Sharia's Old Testament. Yeah, and sometimes I think that's the right answer. Yeah, examples. Somebody steals something, you cut off their hand. Shouldn't be stealing. What are you doing stealing? What are you doing? You know you're not supposed to steal. Everybody knows you're not supposed to steal. What are you doing? What are you doing running around holding up people's stuff? So I don't even know what to say. So what if it's a false accusation? Well, I mean, you're going to have a court that figures that out, right? I mean, obviously you have a court that does that. No one does that, by the way. Did you steal? Yeah, because I knew I wouldn't have my hand cut off. Now, if I thought I was going to get my hand cut off for stealing, I wouldn't have stolen shit. That's the thing. That's my whole point. That's great when a judicial system works properly. How about a finger for first offender? It depends on what they steal, and at that point I'd decide based off of the maybe based off the finger, right? And so anyway, do you believe in second chances? Well, they've got two hands.
Preacher.
So God does, so why not? So yeah, no, I don't give a shit. Don't give a shit at all. And so 10 fingers even? Yes, exactly. 2-strike system. Yep. The third strike? I wonder what that's going to be. And so anyway, we're getting into Sharia law. Who cares about Sharia law? Okay? Like, again, I don't want to have any religious extremism in the country, period. Zero. None. Absolutely none. And I think at their apex, extremist religions are pretty similar. They are. They're pretty similar. If you find a hyper-extremist Christian and you find a hyper-extremist Muslim, there are a lot of things that they're going to agree on. There's probably more things that they will collectively agree on than a blue-haired SJW will agree with on either of them. That's the difference. A lot of people might not want to hear that, but it's true. So yeah, Amish, yep. And hyper-extreme Muslims are way worse, though. Again, like, I'm not going to argue about which one is worse. All I'm saying is that I don't want either one of them, okay? Like, yes, you're right. Do you think I want to live in Saudi Arabia? I don't want to live in Saudi Arabia. I don't want to live in Dubai. I don't want to live there. I think they're great places. I'd love to visit, sure. But, like, I don't agree with their laws. But if I go there, I would follow them. This is such a reasonable thing to say. I'm surprised that there are so many people that are... People constantly tried to get me to condemn Islam as a collective. I am not Islamic. I am not a Muslim. I am generally an atheist. I don't believe in any of that stuff. If that's not enough for you, and I am against all extremism, absolutely, that, like, you know, Iran, like, I was supporting a bombing Iran because they're fucking psycho fucking religious extremists. If that's not enough for you, I don't know what you want me to do. You're far removed from it? Yes. Of course. And so anyway, that's it. What about their prophet? Who cares? I'm not a Muslim. What the fuck do I have to do with Muhammad the prophet? What the fuck would I care about that? It's got nothing to do with me. And so anyway, let me go back to my original graph. Yeah, I don't know. Like, they say he was an asshole. He married a girl that was like 9 or 6 or 11 or something. Like, yeah, it's obviously weird and bad. Do you think I, like, have to defend this? Or I feel like I have to defend... I don't give a fuck about this. It's not my religion. It's not my problem. Yeah, that's fake. I know people think it's fake. I don't want to hear about why it is or isn't fake. My point is that I don't care. It's not my fucking problem. Here's my point. Anyway, actual pedal? Yeah, sure. But are you against all extremism? Or are you against extreme big titties? Okay. Well, not all extremism, okay? Almost all extremism. It's a little bit different, right? And give me 1 second. I'll make sure I look at this here. And yes, feels like it's fence sitting, or am I tripping? That's fence sitting? I don't know what you want me to say. Like, I don't, yeah, I mean, I don't know really what you want me to say. It's very clear what I've said. Anyway, either way, religion is not the focus here. It doesn't really matter. This is what really matters. The age of the U.S. first-time home buyers is now at 40 years old. So back in the year 2000, actually even whenever, this is about whenever I was born. I was born in 1990, okay? This was 3,000 years ago. Or more specifically, 33 years ago. 35 years ago. It's going to be 36 years ago pretty soon. Ooh, man, we got another month and a half. It's going to be 36 years ago. So anyway, look at this here. So this is in between 1981 and 2000, so it's about 1990. That means that around the year that I was born, I guess this is the median age of a person buying their first home was under 30. Think about how unfathomable that is. This means about, if it's 30 to 25, that means we're looking at about 20, 27, 28 here, right? So it went from about 27, yes, exactly. This is what we've lost. And every 4 years, we flip the board over, and we think maybe we're going to get it back.
Well.
And every year, it gets worse and worse and worse. And now it's getting worse on steroids. And so when you see somebody go and elect, Mandami or somebody like that, they are doing this out of absolute desperation. They are doing it because they are so fucking sick and tired of the same dog and pony show, or I guess, what is it, elephant and donkey show, every 4 fucking years. That's the reason. They're fucking tired of it. To say fuck the system, yes. Yes, voting for him is saying fuck the system. And you want to know who voted for him more than anybody else? Young people did. Young people voted for him because he told them that maybe it's not your fault that this graph happened. White women, women overwhelmingly voted for him. Women voted for like a lot of these candidates, like 75, 80%. It's crazy. Like us guys, we got to go out and we got to outvote them. We got to outvote them. We got. But the thing is that why would you even give a fuck to be motivated to go out and outvote somebody just so you can have, the next person play patty cake with Israel and talk about how important it is for us to spend more of our tax money sending it somewhere else. Black men too? Yeah. It's something in a different path, yeah. They aren't going in a new direction, they're just stuck in a roundabout. Yes, exactly. Fuck man, I'm 20, and have given up on it. You're 20 and you've given up on owning a house? You're 20 years old and you've given up on owning a house? What year is it? 1533? I understand that, like, in your mind, you know, this is a big deal, right? And, like, you know, it's like, yeah, you've got to have this happen. You were in high school 2 years ago, bro. Like, think about owning a house by the time that you're 30. Okay? I think you should be thinking about owning a house by the time that you're 30. Not 20, 30. You should be renting a house maybe by 25. After you get your college degree, you get, you know, situated in a career, then you can rent a house, then you talk about buying one, maybe continue renting, depending on the way that, you know, like mortgage and everything else is at 30. Well, aim for 30. Aim for 30. And if you miss, maybe you get to 35, right? And 35 is not really, well, it is pretty bad, but it could be worse. So yeah, I'm 30 and owning a house seems impossible. Yeah, there's a lot of people that feel that way, and I wonder why. So yeah, this is the reason why a lot of people voted for him. This is exactly it. And I think it's just going to continue getting worse. It will. I think it is a unique Democrat problem. Now, when a Republican does something bad, here's the big difference, right? It's not that Republicans don't do anything bad. But when a Republican does something bad, everybody generally says, oh, okay, that's really bad. But the problem is that Democrats look to try to, you know, like, oh, it's not that big of a deal. It doesn't matter that much. Who cares? And I think that that has radicalized a lot of people. And I'll view that, and we can contrast this now. But do you remember whenever they had all those text message leaks and it was all those young Republican people talking about how much they like Hitler? And nobody really cared about that anymore. And the reason why, it's because
people still
have
cared.
established basically a standard, and now right-wing people are living up to it. So you have all these conservatives that are saying this crazy stuff, and there's never a point of moral authority that, you know, any liberal can have when you're the one justifying, you know, shutting down a college, or you're the one justifying being violent to an officer, or you're the one justifying, you know, destroying property, somebody's car, or something like that. They all got blacklisted and fired from their job. Yes, but I understand that structurally, but that doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what happened to them. What matters is how the public perceives it. And I think that this is continuing to become the case. I think that any conservative at this point should totally stop purity testing, because left-wing people don't purity test themselves. And if you allow other people to create the optics for you, all you're doing is you're allowing your enemy to define how you lose. And basically, you can see how they have no problem voting for Jay Jones, right? This is a guy that, like, fantasized about killing, you know, his political opponent's children. Well, if you're going to vote for that person and you're not going to have people withdraw their nominations from them, well, then I don't want to hear from you about how bad it is that somebody said something bad in a group chat. Like, you've just lost all of your right to be able to be any sort of moral authority on this topic, period. It's total bullshit.
Particular. I mean, the
That's
thing
what I
that
think.
has enraged people so much over the last few days is how
Right,
there
yeah.
is any justification for an edit where you take a speech where one section was at the start of the speech and it was sort of sandwiched together with something that was from 15
Well, it's done on
minutes
purpose.
later
Yep.
in the speech. I mean, with any sort of journalistic newsroom, few would kind of the thought that is formed.
It's disgraceful. And I think that, again, it's election interference. It is it's disgusting. You shouldn't be doing this, right? It's definitely not just a Democrat, probably more of a lapse of morals with society and people. I'm not arguing that it's not mostly left-wing, but I don't think it's specifically that. I think that right now it is. I think that in the future it will also be right-wing. Like, I think this is a pendulum, and right now there's a lot of left-wing political violence because they feel like they're justified to do it. I don't think that they have a monopoly on that, like, categorically by the nature of them being left-wing people. I don't think that at all. But what I do think is that a lot of left-wing people do justify that type of behavior. And so you're right. And it will always swing. Yes, it will swing and it will change again.
You might be asking yourself, has he slept? No. But that's when I get the good ideas. It's also when the voices start. And this time the voice was Tom Peterson. And that voice told me there might be a way to expose a limitation with CPU and GPU benchmarking. And that limitation is... Okay, it looks worse than it actually... We have a new benchmark metric that exposes a limitation with current CPU and GPU game testing. This is that limitation. Frames are displayed at an even pace in this example, but something's still wrong with it. The thing that's wrong is why we have the new measurement methodology that we're debuting today. Animation error. Patrick, Andrew, and I have been working on trying to understand this for a little while now, and we finally have an answer. Putting the word animation in the name might be a little confusing. Intel called it simulated time error at one point. And actually, we've been talking about this for over a year now, but we finally have numbers that we understand, we think, that we can start putting in benchmarks and reviews. What we think is really critical here is to make that extremely transparent. This is a sample chart illustrating what we're talking about, where you can see the animation error timing sometimes in alignment with frame time spikes, sometimes out of alignment with it, showing that it's a different thing. Here's another chart proving that we're not crazy. I mean, showing the percent animation error during a test pass, or this one, where we show the CPU start time versus animation time delta. Now, these are all new types of benchmark charts that we're showing today. That's kind of the point of this methodology piece. It's an idea that Tom Peterson brought to us over a year ago, and something that he started workshopping somewhere around 14 years ago, but it's taken this long to actually get it into an open source tool where anybody can test it. We're going to show you how to do that at the end of the video as well. The problem with classic GPU, CPU, and even just game benchmarking standalone is that it's always been tough to accurately capture the actual player experience. Frame rate was a good start. It's the bars you normally see, and frame-to-frame interval testing, or frame time testing as it's often called, was a great expansion on that to dig into the problems, but neither perfectly captures the real experience. And so this is what we're unveiling today, the animation error charts and our methodology to it. Consider this a white paper, like a research paper that we're putting out there to the community to poke and prod at, and hopefully this provides a decent foundation for either people to advance testing methodologically and show problems with hardware and games that previously we could kind of guess at informedly, but not actually know, or it will provide a foundation for you to say that we're crazy. Really, either one works. Before that, this video is brought to you by the Height Y70 Touch Infinite. We previously reviewed the Height Y70 non-touch series and found its overall build quality to be good and competitive. Now, the Y70 Touch Infinite ships with a custom 14.9-inch IPS touchscreen with a 60Hz refresh rate. The screen connects to your system build and can be used as a showpiece on the angled corner front panel, displaying stats, music players, videos, and more. Height's entire Y70 series now also includes multiple new colors, like the Taro model that you're seeing here. Learn more at the link in the description below. Massive disclaimer here, none of this is perfect yet. We think it's a good start. If you're a viewer who wants to poke around with this idea, all the tools are available to you online and they're open source. If you're a reviewer and you already have a head start and this is useful for you for information or just to give you a head start on your own work, we'd ask you to please point back to this video because we have invested an enormous amount of time into trying to wrap our heads around this and present it in a way where hopefully at least somebody walks away from this video.
That was a month ago. 3 weeks ago. Anything. You know what? I'm putting ours in the background. Oh, that's why. Let's keep moving.
By the 4th year of this Russo-Ukrainian war, we have plenty of videos of American volunteers fighting in the Ukrainian army, fighting against the Russians, in urbanized areas, in trenches, in the woods. We have helmet cam videos, GoPro videos of these American fighters. Some of these fighters are veterans of Iraq, Afghanistan, Mali, you name it. Some of them were civilians before and came to aid Ukrainians in need. Today we're gonna watch these firefight videos from the American volunteers. And we're so used to it now, but imagine this during the Cold War. Americans directly fighting the Russians. I mean, this was a wet dream of some Cold War grandfathers who wished they could do that. Now they can. Let's watch it. I'll begin with a video from United States veteran who chose to fight for the Ukrainians, and he now opens up why he does it.
I would like to point out that Americans have been volunteering and fighting in wars that are quote-unquote not ours. This is not the first conflict that Americans are in. But yet, how is it that in our past, we have embodied, we have built up, and we have supported those Americans willing to step forward, to put everything on the line? Our country is supposed to represent freedom and democracy. How can we say we represent freedom and democracy if we are going to turn our backs and let somebody like Putin come in and take what he wants? I don't think I have to remind anybody in this world what happened 80, 90 years ago. I shouldn't even have to say his name. He did the same thing, pushed into Poland. No one did anything. Took the Sudetenland. Nobody did anything. Pushed into Austria. Nobody did anything. Putin's going to do the same thing. If we do not stop him here, it's going to happen again. There is more evidence than we have ever seen from any other conflict in human history, proving that this fight is a necessary fight. And if we do not rise up, and if we do not defend Ukraine, if we do not protect the innocents, there'll be nothing left. And then who are we to say, oh, we did what we could? I'm sorry, but I will not stop fighting. I will keep fighting.
The question to ask, why do you come to fight for Ukraine from America, from, you know, the land of the free, the home of the brave, you have everything there? Well, he answers it perfectly. You might have money, you might have a house, you might have a mortgage, but you want to stand up for the innocents, you want to defend people who perhaps cannot defend themselves. You want to fight against evil, and if there is one fight in the world, one war in the world where it's so black and white, it is the Russo-Ukrainian war. There's no questions about it, which side is good, which side is bad. There is no room for gray areas in this conflict. That's what I think, that's what he says, and that's what most of these Americans share, who came to put their lives on the line, to fight for the weaker, to fight for Ukrainians who cannot defend themselves, for these families, for these kids in the shelter, for example. Without further ado, my friends, I bring you an American fighter who has learned Ukrainian and manages to take 4 Russian prisoners in this footage. I'm not sure when this actually happened, but it was recently posted about 2 weeks ago. I'm gonna read you the translation. It's written also here, and I love the fact that he's able to speak primitive Ukrainian with a heavy American accent, and that makes it even more cooler. Big respect to this fighter. Show me your hands. Come to me. You're gonna live. Alright, come here. Alright, I won't shoot. Come here to me. Come here, or I will kill you. Come here. Alright. On your knees, please. First of all, you gotta give it to him, man. This dude is polite. On your knees, please. You're talking to a Russian infantryman who came to Ukraine probably to do very, very bad things. And this man, I don't know about the stereotypes, perhaps he's from the south with the politeness. I gotta give props to him. It's in this pressure situation, you manage to be humane, so polite, and respect even the war criminals in this way. On your knees, please. For me, personally, plus points to this American fighter. Good. I can't turn this arm on my back. There are shards in it, shrapnel. I don't understand. 300 is 300th, which means wounded. Are you wounded? Are you 300?
Yeah.
I've been 300 for a long time.
What?
Where are the cigarettes? Here again, the humanity of this American fighters. He takes prisoners, shouldn't have to care at all if they get cigarettes. But the first thing is, where are your cigarettes? I'm gonna give you cigarettes, because you know, you usually that's what you do with prisoners of war. You give them cigarettes so they can smoke and relax. You know, no, not relax, but calm their nervous system. You know, it's a big thing to give yourself in like that. And the fact that he does that shows his personality under pressure, and it's something that I truly value. Goes out of his way to find these cigarettes and to give each and every one. Gives him one, gives this guy another one. I mean, what a mad lad, what a human being.
Smachno.
Smachno, bon appetit. I mean, the politeness on this guy, man. Gotta be from the south, right? Do you have a lighter? Do you have a lighter?
Yeah.
No? No? Okay.
Hey, take these guys.
Take... Oh.
Укрытие на
Get them in the shelter behind the trees. Okay, now he's in a dugout, in a Russian dugout. They suspect there are Russians who want to surrender in this dugout. And I've seen many fighters do this, open these dugouts and take these prisoners. There's such a way to do that. There's such a way most fighters do that. Check it out how he does it.
Oh, добрый. Покажи руку.
All right, show me your hands. He's just found this Russian who wants to surrender. He doesn't know if this Russian is playing. Does he have a grenade? Because sometimes they do have a grenade. They're playing around. They want to shoot back. He's like, all right, don't worry about it. Show me your hands. You know, the humanity in this guy under pressure. I mean, this is a very rare specimen, I would say. Show me your hands.
Все добрый.
Everything is good.
All right. Я не буду
I won't
стрелять.
shoot.
Я американец.
I am American. I'm sorry. This cracks me up. The sentence, I won't shoot, I'm an American. Usually it goes vice versa. I'm an American, I shoot. Because that's, you know, that's a very American thing to do. Shoot away. It cracks me up, man. I don't really understand Russian. See, takes the prisoner, backs out, and I want to point out, it's very narrow space. You cannot hold he has a Kalashnikov, I think. Correct me if I'm wrong here. It's for some reason easier for him to hold it sideways and back out like that. So, keeps the weapon always on the prisoner, remains calm. I just love the professionalism of this guy. And now when other dudes are taking aim at the prisoner, shoot. Now he turns around. Very well executed. 2. Everything's fine. Come here. Everything's fine. 300. You wounded. Yeah. Fragment. How many? When were you brought to this position? Who should I follow? Shh. Quiet. Everything is fine. Everything is good. Yeah, props to this guy for being extremely professional. I did not see any mistakes on where he points the barrel, who he turns his back to. He's a superhuman being under pressure, and he can fight. He can point his weapon. That's the first thing you might think. Oh, what are you talking about? Pointing his weapon. That's the first thing when it goes under pressure. You don't know where to point it. You're gonna forget about it. You point it at the wrong place, then you trip, and the prisoner charges you. It happens. This guy, perfect. This next video is from an American who did not come to fight, but he came to evacuate Ukrainians under war zone. This is Devon Masser, American Christian chaplain. And they're driving a bus, and a Russian FPV hits that bus. The bus is still moving. They immediately exit, which is props to the procedure, man. They're doing it all correct. Immediately running away. And this is the American. The bus burns down, and the American chaplain takes a shrapnel to the face. Again, props to him for staying under this. Like, you don't know where you're you don't know if you're alive 30 seconds from now, if it's the jugular, you know. The guy is calm, again, the mental capacity of these American volunteers, I gotta give credit to it, man. That's... Yeah. That just happened, by the way, about 1.5 weeks ago. Now, my friends, I'd like to bring you American from south of Florida. And this young lad came to help the Ukrainians, and he finds similarities in the Ukrainian country culture and United States country culture. Let's watch it.
I just want to help end the occupation in Ukraine, and I want to help that by ending the lives of the occupiers, because they can throw as much as they want at us and we'll continue killing them every day and every week, and they're just going to continue to lose hundreds of thousands and millions of people fighting for almost nothing. I think in culture, mostly, at least from my personal experience, I'm from the South, I'm from Florida, and kind of the culture of Southern people in the United States and Ukrainians, especially out in like the villages, they have a very similar, nice, hospitable culture.
Props to this young lad for, you know, he could be going to college, he could be going to American military, serve wherever for 6 years and get these deals that they do. You know, your college is paid off, you get everything that the military gives you as bonuses. But he is in Ukraine. He's what, 19, 20, however old he is. He's putting his best lives, young lives, first years of freedom after high school. He's putting that to fight for the Ukrainians. That is mad respect for this guy. Now, for a moment, let's travel back to 2023, and I'll bring you an American volunteer fighting in the Ukrainian International Legion, and they are running from house to house. They're under a Russian mortar fire, which is drone corrected, meaning if they run to another house, the mortar fire will follow them with the new coordinates the drone gives them. And the running is not, you know, that much. We're gonna watch it, but this guy takes a hit in the back. I want to show you that. Before he fell, we have a story from a few guys who were with him. They told me that he took a hit in the back to the plate, and the plate saved his life just before he fell. You couldn't even hear it. But just like that, it shows you how the shrapnel works. You don't sometimes even hear it. You definitely don't see it. The explosion might happen 20 meters away, sometimes 50 meters away, and the shrapnel comes. And if you don't have your plate or the anti-shrapnel vest, the soft one, it just tears through you. And this guy just survived. He got another chance. This next video, my friends, the guy who films with the GoPro is not American, but he will be tended by an American with God-level calm. This is a fight for Avdiivka, the Battle of Avdiivka, posted on 24th of February 2024. So at the anniversary of the invasion, it's really bad. By the way, 24th of February is also the Independence Day of Estonia. And it was the invasion of Ukraine. It's strange. But check it out.
Fucking leg.
Just took a shrapnel to the leg. It was an artillery hit. You could hear the whistle. Took the shrapnel, fell down, and it doesn't hit of Estonia. And it was the invasion of Ukraine. It's the whistle. Took the whistle.
Fucking leg.
Just took a shrapnel to the leg. It was an artillery hit. You could hear the whistle. Took the shrapnel, fell down, and he doesn't really know where it is, because it might be super small and it goes into your artery of the leg. You don't see it. You just start to feel this warm blood everywhere. Keep in mind, this dude here who is pulling his legs, he is an American. I gotta give props, man. He is God-level calm. The mental capacity to stay this calm when the dude is screaming and there are shells landing. This is America.
Drag me on, drag me on, drag me on.
He's saving his life right now.
I'm good. I'm good.
You're alright. You're alright. This is what he's saying. You're alright.
Give me a second. Give me a second. Do it.
So bear in mind also that you don't see, the guy's hit, obviously he's screaming. You don't see any blood, you don't see any torn clothing on his legs. Where is the hit? What do you do? What's the procedure? I know those who have gotten the military medical training, you know what to do. You gotta tap him everywhere to see where the blood is. We're gonna see that in this video.
Right here. This leg, left leg.
Left leg, he tells it, but he doesn't know where it is exactly. No blood, nothing. And suddenly, he takes his arm under his leg, from under his leg, is covered with blood, it's fresh blood. You didn't see anything 2 seconds before, and now it's everywhere. You don't know if it's the artery. If it's the artery, you might have minutes.
No problem. I'm good, bro. I'm good.
So this, he's alive and well and talking right now. In 2 minutes, he's gone. So this tourniquet will save his life. Applied by the American right here. Another shell hits. And he makes sure it's tight. This has to be very tight. You don't really see from these videos how tight these tourniquets have to be. So tight that the guy getting it applied to almost screams of pain from the tourniquet itself. It has to be extremely tight. Because you're not about, that pain is nothing, you're gonna save his life. Now my friends, I'll bring to you English-speaking volunteers. By the accent I would say, not the accent, but they sound like Midwestern. I would say they're American, in the Ukrainian International Legion or Kraken. You gotta correct me from here. Both of people say they're, from both of these units. These guys, they do exactly what we were told in Estonian military, because Estonia is a very wooded area. If Russians would to invade, they would do that with tanks and BTRs, BMPs, MTLBs, these infantry fighting vehicles and armored vehicles. We have the woods. That's all we have. We don't have depth. So we got ambush after ambush after ambush. And that's exactly how we were told to do that. Check it out. They find a Russian BTR. They sneak up on it.
Brian, you lead. Go.
Brian, you lead. The guy with the barrel leads. Straight out of the wood line, shoot and pull back. It's not gonna be a strong connection, heavy firefight. It's a hit and run, and that's what we were told. Maximize enemy damage, minimize your casualties. Hit, wreak havoc, get away. Check it out. Exposes himself just for seconds. Go, shoot. The BTR is right there. It's like 100 meters. Boom, and run away. That's it. You don't need to do more. And the BTR is strafing them already with the cannon, and they're exfilling now. That's a hit and run. That's a by-the-book hit and run. Nothing more to it. Pull back, perfectly orchestrated. Check it out. That's the BTR took a hit, and now it's took a hit. Bam! Nice freedom exported. Trying to connect to the woods now to get to safety, but later it burned. So it took some heavy damage with this hit. See, it burned. Oh, it's Kraken. Okay, they have a watermark here. By the way, we've given many cars to Kraken. You guys donated to the campaigns, and we delivered, I think, 3 to 4 cars to the Kraken units. So this very same unit, I have their patch. Amazing work by the Americans here. This next video, Americans fighting for the Ukrainian International Legion, looks very much like 23 or 24 when the Ukrainians actually made heavy attacks to the Russian trench lines, exiting from the armored personnel carrier. Whole 2 squads ran into the trench line, shot everything up. Looks exactly like it. Let's see how it goes. The drone is guiding them, of course. Recon drone up in there. There's an Alpha squad and Bravo squad. They are closing up on this one location. I mean, this is coordinated. International Legion really knows what they're doing. They have a coordinated tactic. This is beautiful infantry work. Immediately getting to the lower covered areas, to the cover. There's a Russian right there.
We're gonna frag it.
Gonna frag him. You could see that bullet was a close one. You can hear them going above the head. Okay. Now there's a moment that I am not really sure how I feel about. You watch it, you comment about it. Check it out. They're gonna frag him. He's gonna say 1, 2, 3. weapon free, weapon fire, whatever it says.
Don't frag. Weapon fire.
Weapon fire puts the rifle right next to the guy's ears. Does he have earplugs or doesn't he have earplugs? Okay, what if it's war? You're gonna save somebody's life. It happens. Okay, hearing loss is the last thing you're gonna think about. But still, this. I mean, you. What do you think about this? Look at this situation again. The guy in the front.
Don't frag. Weapon fire.
Weapon fire. Puts it right next to it. Fires, and you can see the guys go, whoa, whoa, pulls back. I'm not gonna say anything. But what do you think about this situation?
Get into that corner.
Would you do anything differently?
No, it's friendly's that way.
Friendlies that way, good communication. Talking about the Gruppo Alpha, meaning Alpha Squad. This is the Bravo Squad right now. Yeah, that's the question I wanted to ask you. Please put it in the comments. Is this the way that you can do with the military? Put the rifle right next? Or is there a way to just give the guy in the front a tap or somehow give him an opportunity to distance a bit from the barrel? You tell me. Now I have a strange video that came actually this year. I mean, you remember where Trump and Putin was meeting in Alaska. After that, the Russians got really bold. They felt they have their own man in the White House, you know, because this was the first meeting that was given to Putin by the West, aka bringing him back out of isolation. Trump did that. So the Russians managed somehow to capture one M113 infantry fighting vehicle. They put an American flag on it and a Russian flag on it and stormed Ukrainian positions with it. Look at that video. It's just a strange video. I felt like it's connected to the theme, so I show it to you because it's footage you don't want to miss. You know, it's crazy. I don't know how I feel about it. I don't like it. I don't like seeing those two flags together. But this is what the Russians did. I mean, this vehicle was destroyed as soon as it got close to Ukrainian lines. One hit. Do we see a second hit? It took 2 hits already. Props to the vehicle, man. American vehicles, well made. Get 2 hits. Does it take the third one? Does it? No. It survived 2 hits. And it's a vehicle from what, the 60s, 70s. Americans can't really build them well. Now, my friends.
So you and I have talked about Nick Fuentes many times over the years in our many appearances together, and that's how I knew about him, because he was saying absolutely terrible things about you. And I am going to show a video, please forgive me, of one of my first introductions to this guy, Nick Fuentes, and what he was saying about Ben. This is a video of him showing himself playing Grand Theft Auto, right, a video game where you shoot people, and he's pretending that this character in the video is Ben. Let's watch.
This is whenever he used to be a Twitch streamer, remember that? How does he take that many bullets? Shouldn't he die?
Oh, that's funny. Yeah, that makes me laugh and laugh. That's a funny one. What a chance encounter that was. I think I just saw Ben Shapiro.
And it goes on.
I feel like there's like 50 Nick Fuentes clips that you can show that are like a lot worse than that. Like him killing a guy in Grand Theft Auto. I mean, I really, I mean, yeah, obviously, like saying his name, it's definitely kind of weird, but like, I wouldn't have used that clip, okay? Let me just say that.
It goes on.
I mean, I would hate for people to believe that the Nick Fuentes sort of, my problems with Nick Fuentes are about me, because they really are not. They are about the fact that Nick Fuentes is a truly horrifying person who believes truly horrifying things. And again, there is a reason why Charlie Kirk despised him. There's a reason why every mainstream political commentator has been highly critical of him. It's the reason why these are not arguments. This is not a person who's making arguments. He is a Hitler-loving troll, and I say that advisedly. He literally says on his show that he loves Adolf Hitler. Okay, so just the reason this has come up in recent weeks is because Tucker, your guest last night, decided to have him on last week and to...
I don't think it's a problem bringing people on the show. I don't think it's a big deal. I think you can criticize Tucker not pushing back against people, but I think that he applies that pretty evenly. I mean, he did the same thing. I would say that one thing that would make Tucker seem less reliable as a impartial person who's interviewing is the way that he treated Ted Cruz versus Vladimir Putin, which, I mean, obviously there's going to be a difference there. I wonder why. But, and also Nick Fuentes, right? Because he was very combative with Ted Cruz.
Completely glossed him, in my opinion. And you can make up your own opinion as to what you think Tucker was doing during that interview, but I know what it looks like when Tucker Carlson decides to be an aggressive interviewer, when he decides...
Platforming Nazis is a big deal. I mean, but like, wouldn't you say platforming Putin would be more? And also, it doesn't really... If like, let's say theoretically, like, somebody you think is a Nazi, right, gains a tremendous amount of prominence inside of a political space, do you think that it's a good idea to not... like, how long do you think you should pretend like they don't exist until you acknowledge that? Do you see the problem there, right? Like, not platforming people is a... there's a time limit on that, and eventually it ends. That's it. You don't need to platform them. But what I'm saying is that if you tell people that you can't platform certain individuals, and those individuals continue to grow and consolidate power, eventually there's a point where that opinion becomes mainstream. And that's happened many times in history. It's not like this is the first time this has happened. There have been many times where people that have had extreme opinions have, you know, been marginalized or removed, and then over time they get bigger and bigger and bigger until they have enough to lead some form of political resistance. So I think that just not platforming a person is simply not a solution to avoiding a conversation about an idea you disagree with. I just don't think so. Hitler got in prison? Yeah, they put him in jail. They put Lenin in jail too.
Ask difficult questions of people. Tucker is eminently capable of doing that. He did it to Ted Cruz quite thoroughly. But he decided for any number of reasons, and I try not to attribute motivations to people, that he was going to treat Fuentes with kid gloves, that he was going to not ask him about any of the things that I just mentioned, literally any of them, and to essentially normalize Fuentes, act as a sort of gateway drug, or as and what I've called Tucker, as an ideological launderer of bad ideas over the last couple of years. And this is not coming from a place of animus for Tucker on a personal level. I've known Tucker for a very long time. Tucker and I, whenever we're in personal situations, we get along great. I think I saw that Tucker talked about how we were at Charlie's memorial in the vice president's box together, and he's correct. I mean, we saw each other, we said hello, we talked, it was very friendly, and all of that. And it's also true that a couple of days after Charlie's murder, he reached out and he called me and he said, listen, I know that we're at odds, and we've been at odds for a number of reasons, mainly political. I mean, again, on a personal level, I'd go fishing with Tucker anytime. The real question is, for me, I got into this business because I care about the ideas and I care about the ideals.
Sure.
And so when you're determining what is conservatism, what should the future of America look like, and where do you draw the lines, those are the questions that I need to answer in my job. For me, my business is really not...
I think that right now, somebody like Ben Shapiro is going to have a really hard time winning over the moral authority when he's aligned himself so strongly with Israel. I think this is, it's such a massive issue for a lot of people that I don't think that people will look past it until he moves past it, which I don't think that he necessarily will. But I think that that's really, that's the perspective that a lot of people have. Like, I think that somebody asked him, like, you know, which do you like more, like America or Israel? And he didn't want to answer the question. Like, do you really want to listen to somebody who's a political commentator who doesn't know... do you want to listen to somebody for advice on America politics that doesn't know if their favorite country is America? I don't. I mean, just categorically.
About friendship. I have lots of friends, people who I love, with whom I disagree on politics and don't believe they should be leaders in the conservative movement, for example. And that, to me, is the real question. In any case, Tucker reached out. he said, you know, we've had a bunch of disagreements, and, you know, what if we could put those aside and align toward the DSA in particular, is what he mentioned. And I said, you know, Tucker, you're totally right. Let's do that. That would be great. In fact,
the TSA?
The DSA,
Oh,
the Democratic Socialists
why
of
the
America.
TSA? How did that bring you together?
The Democratic Socialists of America. And the reason
No,
I'm
that I
taking,
know.
yes, and the reason that I'm taking
TSA
out my
only
phone
divides people.
is because, yes, the reason I'm taking out my phone is because I don't just, you know, I like to evidence what I'm saying with, you know, actual evidence. So I texted him.
Somebody says, I think you're wrong, and 5 minutes with Nux Taku will also change your mind because Israel has been portrayed more wrongfully than they deserve. Okay. I still don't, even if Israel is the greatest country in the world, I still don't want to hear somebody telling me that and then telling me what I should think about American politics. That's not the point. The point is that I want somebody who is directly invested and only invested in America to be talking about and giving me opinions about American politics. I don't like Israel, like the way that their government does things and their military seems pretty bad, right? I don't attribute any of this guilt to the Israeli people. I don't have any animus or negativity towards them. I don't hate Jews. Like, I just think that it seems like their government does a lot of bad stuff. But I'm not really a big expert in this either. But I think that it's very clear to see that the writing's on the wall with the young people's support of Israel. It's very obvious to see that writing is on the wall. And if you don't approach that writing in a way that's authentic and reasonable, and you meet voters where they are, well, then they're going to find somebody else that will. So that's the main issue. Max is from Israel? Well, I don't have any problem with Israel, like, in terms of people that are from it or anything like that. Like, here's my actual opinion, right? This is a Middle Eastern conflict, thousands of miles away from me. I don't want to have to think about Israel whenever I'm talking about America. On a very fundamental level. Like, I don't even want this to be part of the conversation. The same as, like, talking about Indonesia isn't part of the conversation, or talking about Zimbabwe isn't part of the conversation. It should not even be in the vocabulary.
And the text exchange was very nice. I mean, here's what the actual text exchange went like after the call. So I texted him and I said, thanks so much for calling. It means the world. It truly does. Should we do a show together talking about the DSA threat, Democratic Socialists of America threat, and orienting in the same direction? Happy to do whatever it takes to bring everyone back together for the fight that matters. And Tucker then wrote back, thanks, man. I appreciate it. I'm going to spend the next week or two thinking about how to be most effective. The country is clearly on the brink.
Yeah.
I reached out repeatedly after that. Nothing happened. And again, I thought it was a good idea at the time. I think I felt differently after I saw what he did with Nick Fuentes, and after he proceeded, in my opinion, to spend the subsequent weeks.
These people will never succeed if you purity test. You will never succeed. It's the same as the left wing is purity testing itself to death. Like recently, they've been able to consolidate around a couple of electors, and I think also their collective dislike of Trump. But I don't think there's any real consolidation or any real agreement among them. Their only real agreement is that they don't like Donald Trump, and they want people that are oppositional to him.
Doing literally nothing to fight the left.
So
I say this with sadness because Tucker used to be, I think, a deeply important part of the conservative push to win.
I think that if Ben really wants to overrule Nick Fuentes' influence over, I think, a lot of young people especially, I think that he should engage with what Nick is saying directly and engage Nick directly. I think that talking about it and then saying this is a person who does this, I think that really, and this is something that people might not want to hear, but I think there's a lot of people out there now that do support Hitler. They do. And I'm not a Hitler fan. I don't like Hitler. But the problem is that if there's a lot of people out there that feel that way, you can't just tell them that's bad, you can't have this opinion, and then they're all just going to change their mind. It's not going to work. You can't play on the optics of an argument and then expect to bully people into submission. That's what woke people did for years, and it just didn't work. And this is me saying this in his best interest.
The number of times that Tucker Carlson has mentioned Zoran Mamdani since October 5th on his show is once. And it was in the context of Marjorie Taylor Greene and Tucker Carlson talking about the appeal of Zoran Mamdani. Just by way of contrast, not because I'm a perfect representative here, but because you
It's not true. He mentioned him a second time when he was talking to Charlie Kirk, but yes.
talk about Zoran Mamdani a lot. A lot of us have. Since October 5th, I did 17 separate shows on Zoran Mamdani, including 4 in the last week before the election. Okay, because when you're orienting against the left, you really should orient against the left.
On his show? Was that not on his show? I thought that was on his
so
show.
a lot in there.
I think that it's very hard. Like, one of the big issues is that he won't debate Nick the Fool. Yeah, Ben said in that last week. Oh, maybe. I don't know. I thought I'd say 8 months or something like that. I have no idea. But let me. Actually, I'll just keep going. I'll talk about it later.
I think, just to be clear, so the breakdown from the detente after Charlie was him interviewing Fuentes. Like, was that the next thing that happened that led to the blow up?
I mean, yes. I mean, I had not spoken a word. There
So
are
it wasn't
things
that he attacked you, or you had
no,
something?
I don't care about
Support Hitler how? I think a lot of young people, they consolidate around figures like Hitler or Stalin. Like, there's a lot of also leftists that love Stalin too. And I think that the reason why they consolidate around people like that is because those people are men of extreme brutal action and people that changed their country. For, I'd say probably for worse, but they changed their country. And Castro, yeah, Fidel Castro is another one, Che Guevara. Yeah, these are violent, psychotic, psychopath, but also I think that Che Guevara, Fidel Castro, Stalin, Hitler, all of these people were very intelligent. Like, they had high IQ. They were not some moron 80 IQ idiot that doesn't know how to do math. Like, these people were highly intelligent. It's just that they were also very bad. So, and this is another big issue that a lot of people have trouble realizing, is that a lot of the very evil and very bad people are not stupid. They are not stupid at all. They are incredibly intelligent. They are extremely intelligent. And if you don't take that seriously, they will beat you, right? They will beat you because you didn't take them seriously. But the reason why I think that people flock to leaders like that is that they see leaders like that and they see a world without any sort of real path to improvement that is sufficient to them. They don't feel like anything is like it's not good enough, basically. And because it's not good enough, what they end up doing is they end up going to extremes. They go to extremes like Stalin or like Hitler or like Che or Fidel Castro. And I think that that's really why it's happening. And so extreme, nationalistic, violent, change. And I think that both of those things are necessary. Violence and nationalism. And I think that really, if you look at a lot of these different people that extremists that are political view highly, they are all both of those two things.
Was that me, and I don't think Tucker cares about people attacking him. I mean, again, we're professionals. We're in a business where people comment on what we say publicly. Again, this is why I think you and I differ on our angle with regard to, for example, Candace Owens. I think that what Candace Owens is doing right now is evil. It is evil what she is doing right now. Okay, and I say that again.
But what?
Because
I didn't opine on whether it's evil or not, but my position is it's really none of my business. And
why is it? But I have a question. Why is it none of your business?
Because she's not accountable to her. That's the reason. And I think that collectively society has grown fatigued with people in positions that are morally achieved being the arbiters of what can and cannot be said. I think this is a general sentiment. I think this sentiment extends to the support of Zoran Mamdani. I think it extends to the support of Nick Fuentes. I think it extends to the support of Donald Trump.
We got
I
the
think
wins.
it extends to the support of someone like Jay Jones even. People are past being morally policed. And I think this is something that's happening with extreme left-wing and also extreme right-wing people. It's very evident.
I mean, you
Because
comment
I
on
don't-
these things for a living.
I'm not mother of the internet.
No, but if this were on the left and somebody were accusing Charlie Kirk of his wife having murdered him, I assume that you would
It's
be
ridiculous and retarded. I mean, let's be honest, it is.
talking about it.
Is that what Candace is accusing Erica of?
Yes.
Of murdering her own husband?
She's accusing TPUSA insiders and other members of the right wing, including Seth Dillon, of being involved in the murder of Charlie Kirk, yes.
Okay. Like I said, I don't take
That sounds fucking retarded. It does. It sounds fucking retarded.
in that content, which is an honest statement. I
Yeah.
don't have time to watch
No,
Candace's
I
show.
believe you. I believe you. But the point that I'm making is that when
what I
that
understood
friendship
Candace
should
to
not,
have
in
been
our
doing.
business, I think it's important. Listen,
No, and Candace
friendship
and I
should
are not
not
friends.
trump.
We don't even know each other.
I understand, but even with Tucker, friendship should not trump our manifest requirement to speak out when people do and say things that are both detrimental to conservatism and morally wrong.
Okay, so I don't.
I think this is true, and this is true. There are people like that like with streaming, there are people that I criticize very regularly that are other streamers that I'm friendly with. This is normal because there's a professional and a personal barrier there. At least for me, there is.
I totally disagree, but I think the way of handling that, at least for me, is much different. So
I think that really it's not about being professional versus personal with her. I think that what Megyn Kelly is saying is that why are you dividing this movement and purity testing this movement when we're already on the back foot with a lot of these issues? For example, like the economy, people are very disappointed about the Epstein list, people are unhappy about the fixation around Israel and around the Middle East in general. And so really it's not about being friends with this person, it's about consolidating power and looking at a greater evil. You know, there's like the old saying, me against my brother, me and my brother against my cousin, and me and my brother and my cousin against the world. I think that that's really what Megyn Kelly is advocating for, not necessarily agreeing with Candace Owens, and it's not something that's a personal or a professional guideline. Like, I don't even know why Ben would say that. That's clearly not what's being, that's not the conversation.
I saw things go south between you and Tucker, at least from my vantage point, when you disagreed on Israel. That was obvious. And
Well-
he was, well, let me just make my point.
Sure.
And so he was saying things that were critical of Israel and our policy towards Israel. And then you did one show where you did what I thought you should have done, if you disagreed with him, which clearly you did, which is say what you believe and what you think is factual, and like educate your audience on what you think are the real facts and give them the evidence for it. But
Yes.
you named him, and it felt like an attack. And that, to me, was the beginning of the end, where he was like, now it's on. Because he felt personally attacked by you, as opposed to just challenging his idea. I think you named him, and you kind of diminished him. And, you know, he's an 800-pound gorilla, and if you mess with a gorilla, he's going to fight. And to me, that's where it started to go south. And because I remember that day being like, oh, shit.
Well,
I don't want to see this.
But here's the thing. I would urge everybody to go back and listen to the show that you're referring to, where I criticized Tucker's ideas, not Tucker as a person. Tucker then responded by claiming that I do not love America. That is a direct quote. That I do not love America because I was spending too much time covering the October 7th attacks, and then proceeded in January.
It's I don't know why Ben Shapiro can't address the elephant in the room, where when you're asked whether you like America or Israel more, you don't answer the question, you don't want to answer the question. This is going to make any American suspicious of you. Any patriotic, nationalistic American will be suspicious of that. I am suspicious of that. I find that to be extremely problematic. I'm not speaking for other people, I'm speaking for myself. I don't like that. I don't want anybody who doesn't think America is the greatest country in the world with no reservations to be giving me advice on American politics. I don't know why. Why is this so hard?
To then say that I wanted his children to die in a foreign war.
What the fuck?
Okay, so those are different.
That's a rhetorical.
Well, yeah, but the thing is that Tucker is following a logical chain of actions where if you are advocating for America defending Israel, it's a simple question. Would Ben Shapiro want, if Israel was attacked, would he ever want American troops to go over to Israel? And if the answer to that is yes, then I think Tucker's accusation is correct. Theoretically, hypothetically.
No, it is
point.
not. I'm
He's
sorry,
he's-
it's not.
he's-
An attack on motivation is a very
But
different
his
thing from an
point-
attack on an idea.
His point was that you were sounding like a neocon, and he's upset with anybody who wants us to get too involved in Israel's conflict because he feels it endangers American
Listen,
children.
Okay, the idea that, number one, the idea that I want the United States to be directly involved in Israel's conflict
I
is not
get it.
true.
No, I know that, Ben.
I've been urging Israel to get off of American aid for literally as long as I have been active in politics.
But I'm making
That
clear
is
what
not-
his point was.
But
Like,
my point is that that's not his point. And again, none of this.
So we
blew
disagree.
Into, well, none. We disagree on.
So, well, this is it's an inversion of the way that Americans see this. So you're seeing this as Israel getting away from America's aid, whereas I think a lot of Americans, such as myself, see it as us getting away from aiding Israel. And so there's even an inversion of the way that the problem is even perceived. And I'm speaking generally from my own perspective, but that's the way that I see it.
The interpretation of what Tucker has been doing for
Correct.
the past 2 years. And
Yes.
it's very difficult for me to believe that Tucker is merely anti-Israel when, for example, today, in his newsletter, I mean, I can directly quote it if you'd like, in his newsletter today, he claimed that Zoran Mamdani is not anti-Semitic. This was his newsletter today, this morning. I mean, I'm happy to read the text. It's a little extraordinary because again, it is.
Is there something that Zoran has done that is explicitly anti-Semitic? And I ask this as a genuine question because I haven't seen anything that he's said or done that has been genuinely anti-Semitic. He said he wouldn't. Yeah, where is it?
It is kind of shocking stuff. So here's what Tucker Carlson wrote in his newsletter today, or what his newsletter says under his name. He said, "Is the incoming mayor a fan of Israel? Does he want America to fight its wars? Not particularly. But a Jew hater? That's a different conversation. We've never seen anything to suggest he falls into that ugly camp. If we're talking about fighting the left, defending Zoran Mamdani, who literally said that Hamas, he has no opinion whether Hamas should disarm, who posed..."
He shouldn't. He shouldn't have an opinion. He's the mayor of one city. He shouldn't be giving his takes on international politics, period. Why is the mayor of New York City giving his takes on international affairs at all? But what are we doing? What's the next one?
Mamdani, who literally said that Hamas, he has no opinion whether Hamas should disarm, who posed alongside the 1993 World Trade Center unindicted co-conspirator, who would not disarm
Does that mean that he agrees with them?
globalize the Intifada, who suggested that...
I thought that he originally said to globalize the Intifada, I forgot how to pronounce it. I didn't like his initial answer, but he revised it, and he was just explaining what it meant to these people. I don't know if he was necessarily supporting it directly. Enchilada? I know it's not enchilada, because if it was, I would support it too.
Whenever there's a New York Police Department boot on
I know
somebody's neck,
for
an
a
IDF
fact it's not
lacing the strings,
enchilada.
to suggest that that's not anti-Semitic in any way, no way.
Okay, but listen.
Or when he
I don't think it is.
Give you a defense of Tucker here, and I don't need to defend Tucker because I'm not Tucker.
Tucker can
but
perfectly
I'll
well
just
defend
say,
himself.
I think in general, because I know him and I listen to him and I understand generally where he's coming from. He would say his problems are with Israel, and he would say that shot that Mamdani laid against the IDF is a shot against the IDF and Israel and how he thinks they're pro-war. Not against.
He doesn't want to have the New York Police Department working with the IDF. How is that anti-Semitic? This is the same type of logic that if you enforce crime in minority areas, it means that you're racist. This is the same type of logic, just inverted.
Jews,
Okay.
and I think.
All I can say is
Wait,
when
let
Tucker
me just say
Carlson
this.
finds himself in complete alignment with Zoran Mamdani, it is very difficult. difficult for me to believe that he does not agree
I
with
think
Zoran
Tucker
Mamdani.
is in a place right now of the same place that Charlie was getting to toward the end of his life, the same place that some people had tried to drive me, which is you're under withering, nonstop accusations of being something you know you're not.
Well,
but from some people who you...
There are 50 ways that you can criticize Zoran policies. Why are you choosing the one that's the most dubious and the grayest? Why are you doing that? Him being anti-Semitic is like this is a character judgment that can't really be quantified for sure. Why are you even talking about this? And also, like, by the way, tons of Jews there don't think he's anti-Semitic. Like, I know it's not a consensus. Obviously, there's not a consensus with this. But there's a lot of Jews that disagree with Ben Shapiro, too. It's not like every Jew hates fucking Zoran Mamdani. And I think that really... I think that people like Zoran Mamdani will consolidate and grow in power the more that they are misrepresented and mislabeled, in the same way that Trump and also Nick Fuentes have.
Love, and who you've been protecting, at least in my case and Charlie's case, for 2 years, who you've been completely defensive of. And Charlie and I both felt, and because we talked about this on my show, like, what's happening here? Why are they dropping charges of anti-Semitism against us when we love Jews and we're both open Semites? We're Zionists.
I'm not. I'm certainly not. I'll tell you that. And new footage wasn't a debate. Ben is so clearly morally and factually right. Yeah, I don't know about that one. And a lot of people really seem to think Ben Shapiro came out ahead with this.
Hello fellow engineers and welcome to Backyard Digger, which as you can see is another game about digging a hole in your back garden.
Here we go again.
But this one does it a little bit differently. Look. Ooh, oh, this is gonna be satisfying, isn't it? Oh yes. Wait a second. Wait, ignore that. So as we dig, we lose energy, as you can see on the bottom left, and unfortunately I've lost all my energy. So I passed out, but we are back the next day. I lost all my resources, which thankfully were zero. I think as we get close to resource, did you see that little scanner thing appear? I think this beeps as we get close to resource. So, oh yes, look, I see some. I'm gonna guess that's probably copper. Yeah, copper ore. So we'll have some of that. Oh, loads of the stuff. Oh, and you can hold click. You can hold click. This game's officially amazing. Oh, it also has an auto torch, like a light as well. That's going to be very handy. By the way, the other thing this game also has, if you jump and hold space, you have a drone, so you can sort of like hover about a bit. How cool is that? So yeah, I think you want to use that like as you drop down your hole, just to sort of like stop you getting hurt. Anyway, we are basically out of energy now, so let's head back inside our house. And man, fair play, open plan. This is pretty nice. So we got computer here. We got a treasure chest there, which we need to find a key for. We've got tool station here. So if we come to our computer, we go on to buymyore.com, and then we can sell our 10 copper ore for 100 quid. So boosh, that is sold. Bottom right, you can see we got 150 quid now. So if we come over to here, we can buy various upgrades. I reckon we go for pickaxe speed. So boosh, that has now been upgraded. Oh man, look at my pickaxe. Oh, it's a copper pickaxe now. That's cool. Now, in order to get my energy back, I'm going to have to buy some drinks in here. So you can see they cost 5 quid each. I can also repair my boots, apparently. And looking at here, boots have full damage. So I imagine that's just my health. Can you see like my 3 hearts in the middle? So we'll try and look out for that. Anyway, let's head back down. Now, there is some copper over here, so I should probably grab that first. The official Civil Draft playmat, 2Ts, is available for pre-order for a limited time only at creocards.com/civildraft. Here's Paddy for scale, by the way. Play Civil Draft the way I intended it by adding the official Civil Draft coin, and store your best cards in the official binder too. Ow! Oh, I lost a heart. Because yes, this game has physics. So because I like tunneled in dirt, obviously a a dirt tunnel can't hold what's above it. It landed on my head and hurt me. That's really cool. Oh, look, my backpack is full, so we can only hold 10 copper. So let's get back out, quickly sell all of that. I got 120 quid. What is it for an upgrade? Oh, perfect. Let's get some extra capacity on the go. So I got a bigger backpack. I've got a $5 for energy should I need it. Can't believe there's like actual physics. So if I... Oh man, I'm scared. I don't want to know how it works. Yeah, look, do you see that? So if you like take out that, everything above falls. Oh, we've made... Oh my goodness, look what we've made. Look what we've made. We made a bridge. You know what that means? We need...
Oh dear.
A bridge review! It's our first bridge in this digging game. It allows me to walk across. And if I dig out a little bit more on this side, it's even more bridge-like. The loading capacity can't be that good because this game does have full physics, but I can walk under safely and perhaps even expand my bridge this way. Oh no, I just broke it. So overall, I give this bridge a 2.4 out of 10. Bridge review. All right, anyway, pretty much out of energy now. I mean, I might not actually waste my energy. I might just die. I don't have anything in my backpack. So a couple of hits, then I pass out, then it's game over, and then it spawns me back. And yes, I have my full hearts again. Okay, that's good to note. Anyway, something beeping down here. So if we dig this way, hopefully we'll find... Aha! The copper. Oh yeah, this does dig quite a bit faster than it was previously. Let's just dig all that out. Is that all of it? I think it is. Right, I then want to go down. So let's start digging down. So I feel like digging outwards is actually going to be quite tricky. I need to get back to the surface. I've got 11 copper ore to sell. So let's come over to our computer, sell that, buy some energy, and then we'll head back down again. Yeah, don't know how wide to go at the moment. Ooh, look, we found some new ore. Let me just make this a little bit bigger. I mean, I might just clear it all out and then just pass out and come back down. Like, don't gain any of the resource. Oh, yeah, there you go. I'm down.
I feel like this is going great.
But now when we go down, you've got lots of energy to dig that. Oh, what is that? Dig around it to get it out. That's quite an overhang above me. A little bit scary. So let's dig that out. Oh my goodness, what is it? Oh, it's obsidian. 45 quid. Wow, right. Anyway, we'll see what this is as well. This is iron ore. We'll get as much of that as possible. Oh, I do need to move closer. I'm a bit worried about everything collapsing on my head. This is so scary. Yeah, look, above me, complete wall of death. Oh, is that something? Use explosives to destroy. Oh, okay. I did see explosives in the shop. I think it costs 50 quid to get explosives. We'll just clear it out. Do one more hit and then get back to the surface. Oh, the drone is quite slow. I can see why that has an upgrade as well. So let's just see what our iron is worth. Oh, 120 for 8 of it. Not bad. And yeah, so we need explosives for 50. I got 275. So if I get energy, explosive, and then upgrade my pickaxe again. Yeah, nice. My pickaxe is now iron. If we head down here, I mean, hopefully it won't blow me up. Maybe I'll just throw it from here. So if I press R, too far to plant. Okay, so you actually got to plant it on there. There's the explosive. Ah, damn it. Yeah, so there is explosive damage in this game as well. Good to know. Oh, and looks like it was like an entire layer of rock. So we have just burst through it. Ooh, which may mean we're like safe to dig underneath it, because that's rock. That's not gonna, yeah, that's not gonna collapse. And there's a load of copper here. So grab as much of that as we can. One more hit. That's most of our energy. Now we've made a fair hole now. Fair play. Again, sell the copper ore. Got 110 quid. Got 130 in total. So maybe we'll get a drink, and then maybe I'll get some more stamina. Would that be useful? I think it might be. So I've increased my stamina. We'll head back down. I think that's another obsidian thing. So let's just clear that out, then pick it up. Obsidian, 45 quid. Nice. Right, and then we'll just start digging down. I mean, there's quite a lot of ore around, apparently. There's ore out this way. So if we go this way. Yeah, there you go. What is that? Use explosive to destroy. Oh, is that just another rock? May just be another rock. We'll head down. I found a different ore down here. What is that? Oh, it is just iron ore. Oh, it looks different because my torch is shining on it. We've got to keep an eye on the energy, but we have more stamina now, so we have just burst through it. Right, we'll now head back up. Oh my goodness, is that safe? How did I miss that? There's a safe down here. Oh, this is so slow. I need to get a new one of these. Definitely needs an upgrade. Let's see what 9 iron is worth. 135. Grab a drink, and then got 180. So yeah, let's increase our copter speed. Oh, it's got red blades now. I got 60 quid. I might buy another explosive just should I need it. I obviously don't need it straight away, but I think it will be handy. And then I might just clear this top area out a little bit. There we go. Just to make it a bit easier. Man, the rocks falling. Oh no, there was full damage there. Alright, so here's the safe. So that's just fallen down. So let's pick that up. 50 quid in the safe. Nice. Right, and then, ooh, hello. What are you? Right, it's free. So we give it a hit and then boost. Crystal, 30 quid. Oh, not as good as obsidian. Ooh, found some iron down there as well. Let's just clear what's above us first. Alright, there we go. Alright, out of energy, so back to the surface. Drone is, yeah, a fair bit faster. Definitely do with it being faster again, though, obviously. 75 quid, so we'll sell that, get an energy drink, and then I think we're just going to go back down, because, yeah, can't really afford too much. Gotta watch the old energy. We've got a load of iron here. There's another crystal down there as well. Cleared it out. There you go. Extra 30 quid. Thank you. Right, and then how do I even clear this? Do I start clearing this? Oh, a briefcase. Briefcase filled with money. Right, that is clear. 80 quid. Thank you very much. Looks like there's some copper over there as well. Dig that out. I'm so scared of like what's above me falling on my head. We've got copper and iron on us today, and with the briefcase, we should have quite a lot to spend. Yeah, 380. So what do I want to get? Let's get an energy drink, and then should I do my pickaxe again? Maybe stamina. Let's do the pickaxe again. So, oh wow, ooh, white now. Okay, I'm just gonna clear this wall off a little bit, same as over this side, just because I don't like the thought of this falling on my head. Right, and then we are down. And we have another solid rock. So let's shove my explosive on there. And then this time, we'll get out the way of the explosion. Boosh. Is that a safe there as well? No, that's more... Oh, that's silver. Ooh, a new ore. Let's mine that out. Get a bit more iron. There's also the copper above me as well. Oh, there's also something there. Ooh. I don't think that's a crystal. I think that's something new. Anyway, back to the surface. 7 iron and 7 silver. 245 quid. Oh boy. Okay, so let's get an energy drink, and then I can afford more stamina. I think that's the one to go for. So let's head down. Ow! Oh, ow! Well, I just lost 2 bits of health because rocks fell on my head. And let's clear out this thing, see what it is first. It is moonstone. Ooh. Yeah, I think we got it all. Is that that's another moonstone, isn't it? Can upgrade Jigglypuff with this. And then over here is the iron. Grab all of that, and then I may as well get this bit up here. Oh no! Oh, I died because it fell on my head. I lost all my resources. So yeah, really got to watch for falling rocks. So I want to make sure this is safe as I go down. And yeah, there's a lot of rock to fall from above here. But there is a huge load of ore here. I think it's just iron. Oh, I can't believe I lost all that silver. It's really annoying. Still, ow! Rock hit me again. Right, I may as well get this copper while I'm here. It's just been staring at me for ages. Right, then I'll start going down. My thing is beeping drastically. Aha! It's a safe. Anyway, my energy's run out, so back to the surface once more. Yeah, my inventory was full as well. I didn't even realize. So not a bad time to run out. Anyway, 440 quid. I could get more stamina again. Yeah, I think I will. I'll get stamina this time. We'll then buy another explosive just in case. I hope I don't lose that explosive if I die. So I feel like the deeper I go, the more chance of death. Anyway, let's clear out this safe. There we go. 100 quid. Love that. And ooh, what is that? That is shiny. It was... Oh, it's silver ore. Okay, let's just stand back and clear out a little path. Thankfully, we have the rock above, so should be pretty stable. Yeah, we are in. We are in. Give me that silver ore. Okay, right. Now we dig down. I'm doing a bit of a circle just to give me a bit of width. Ooh, looks like I found more obsidian. Just gotta watch the bits above. Yep, 45 quid. Nice. Right, and then down a little bit we have some iron ore here. Our energy is nearly gone, so let's get back to the surface again. I definitely need to make this clearer. Oh, I definitely need a faster chopper as well. So let's see what this is worth. 285. Decent. So, oh, I got 515. I might do my pickaxe, even though I need the copter. I'm doing the pickaxe. It's a golden pickaxe. Ow, I just got hit by falling rock. Ow, just got hit again. Okay, where's my energy so low? Shall I just Sorry, just make the hole bigger. Let's not get any resource. Let's just make this thing bigger. So I'm very likely to die. Right, and then I'm just gonna clear stuff as I head up, just to try and make the hole a little bit easier to get in and out of. This thing doesn't have a battery or anything. But
Alex
anyway,
Senpai,
we cleared
how
out
you
a
doing?
large area. So hopefully now we can just head down to the bottom and then actually pick up all this resource that we cleared out. Right, there we go, 100 quid. Also, inventory is full, so back to the surface. Oh, my drone is so slow.
Good to see you. Happy Sunday, even though I gotta be at work today.
So you got 400 in total, so I could get a copter and a bigger backpack. And then I got no money on me for energy, but I've still got over half a bar, so we could just head down and then try and grab everything that's down here, because over there is a load of iron. What's our new capacity? 25. Decent. We'll head over this way as well, where there's a load of silver. I think that's all that done. Yep, and then there's another stone layer, it looks like. So we'll just plant our explosive, and then we'll get back to the surface. So boosh, that is gone. We've got 24 out of 25 of our capacity. 11 of that is silver. This is going to be a big haul. Are you ready for this? 415 quid. So we can get an energy drink, and then maybe another copter. Yeah, another copter, another explosive. So we found a moonstone. That's a nice 60 quid haul. Is there any resource down here, though? Something new would be good. I'm just going to make this a little bit safer first before I go any lower. Right, man, this thing is beeping. There's got to be something here. Oh, it's a briefcase. Oh, does this just point me to, like... It might just point me to items, not, like, resource. So 120 quid in that briefcase. Anyway, back to the surface. Oh my goodness, this pink drone is so much faster. Oh, that is good. Oh, that is amazing. Fair play. I got 355 quid. I might get my backpack upgraded as well then. So I can hold 35 resource now. Let's just hope we can actually find enough to make that viable. Probably want to do my stamina next, just so I can have a chance of filling up my backpack. We made it to another rock layer. I want to try and make sure my hole is even. So shove that there and just hover above it. There we go. And then we'll just try and clear out everything, just to make it a little bit safer. Oh, we have a mother load. Ow. Got to be careful of not getting rocks. Ow, hit me. If I just do it from the air, I can't be hit by a rock. Nice. Some iron over here as well. Oh, what is that? Oh, is that wood? It's like wood down here. Anyway, out of energy, so let's get to the surface. Oh my goodness, we've gone so deep the game can't even render. Did you see that? It was like rebuilding the hole above my head. Anyway, 240 quid. Not great, actually. Anyway, all the way down here. So, oh, is it wood? Is it just like a weird type of rock? It might just be a weird type of rock. Anyway, we'll mine it out. Oh my, is that mushrooms? Oh, it's like a cave down there.
So how you doing, Gothy?
Through this so we can get down into that cave. And, oh man, it's like a proper tunnel. Oh my goodness, look at this. What is that? It's just like the edge wall, is it? Yeah, so can't hit that, can't hit that. There's... Yeah, so I think these are like the boundary walls. A definite mining shaft here. This is cool. Right, let's get back to the surface because I'm out of energy. And I got 500 quid. I could make my copter even better. I don't think I need to. Maybe just more stamina. Yeah, we'll do more stamina. Oh, that also made it so I didn't have to buy a drink. Good to note. Right, so we're into here. So can we dig down? Oh, I use explosives to destroy it. Oh, this rock down here is like sort of shiny. Can you see like the shine on there? Not valuable though. I think for now, let's just dig a little bit of resource. I just mullered the wooden support there. Boosh. So hopefully this won't collapse on my head. But yeah, I want to dig down here. I might dig through this wall, see if we can find anything. Oh yeah, look, I found some obsidian. That rock is everywhere. I got to get enough money to afford explosives. I think let's follow the beeping because that's guaranteed money. Yeah, look, there's a safe. There you go, 120 quid. And we found some more behind it as well. So sell that for 345. Then we can buy an energy drink, then an explosive. Maybe I'll get 2 of those. I might have a look if I get the boots thing. Does it give me an extra heart? No, but I now have this bar down here with a 20, which is full damage. So hopefully, if I were to... I don't really want to test it. I got to imagine it just means I don't take damage straight away. It, like, helps me a little bit. Right, anyway, down we go to the mushrooms, and then explosive place. Let's run away. Boosh. Right, and then, ooh, what are you? Silver? Yes, more silver. Bit of obsidian down there, looks like. Oh, look, my bar. It's no longer 20. It's 16. 16! Would I have taken full damage at some point? I didn't even notice when I did that. I imagine so. Anyway, let's clear out this bit of resource. I think it's silver. And man, lots of obsidian down here. I think this is my third piece. Not a bad haul. Anyway, look at the level loading. Anyway, 320 quid for that silver. We've got 750 in total. I think I'm going to save up for the pickaxe again next. So I need 900. So just pop back down and then get digging straight down. See what we find. Ooh, what is this? Some sort of treasure box thing. Looks like Egyptian or something with like hieroglyphs on the side. Yeah, what is that? An ancient artifact. Value 150 quid. Decent. Got a load of silver here as well. And then, oh my goodness, we found gold. We found gold. And that's a huge deposit of gold. A giant nug. Oh, what is that as well? Can we mine out? We're very low on energy. Right, there it is. And then amber. 90 quid. Nice game. And then we're out of energy, but we have found the next level, and I have an explosive. So let's shove it on there, and then get out of here. Boosh. So that'll be ready when we come down next. And I think with this haul, we can definitely afford our new pickaxe. I mean, I can afford it already before I even sell this. 570. Got 1,500 quid on us. So new pickaxe. Get some energy back. Then maybe do the copter, or shall I save up for stamina? I think I'll save up for stamina. Oh my gosh, look at my pickaxe. Why is it like completely T-shaped? I don't know, but we go down. Right, cheeky crystal poking out the wall. Got a bit of silver ore. And oh my gosh, what is this down here? Is that a bomb? Oh, it's a pot. Is it a pot? There's also another bit of amber there. Oh, there's gold as well. Oh my goodness, it's all happening. It's all kicking off.
My God! Okay, it's happening.
Okay, so grab the gold, because then that drops the amber, which I can pick up. Pick the rest of the gold. Oh, it's a big deposit. And then we've got this. Ancient artifact, 150 quid. And then there's another bit of amber there as well. Right, nice. Then I'm going to get up and just dig around the edge, just because I really don't want to lose my inventory. I've got 23 out of 35, and it's just silver and gold. So I don't want any rocks falling on my head. Anyway, we're all done. Let's get out of here. And then once I've sold everything, I've got 1,600 quid. Oh, I could just get the next pickaxe. I'm just going to get the next pickaxe. Boosh. It's a red one, a ruby pickaxe. Okay, so this should mine very quickly. Oh, yeah, it's pretty good. It's pretty good. Definitely making progress. I've got another bit of amber. And then, is that another... Oh, it's another rock layer. Don't have any explosives on me this time. Well, my thing's pointing this way for an item, so I'll go this way. Imagine the deeper down items are going to be worth more than the shallow ones. So hopefully this is worth it. Oh, it's another pot. I don't think there's any point going back up. Let's just dig until I die. There we go. Oh, I lost 10 quid. Oh, interesting. Well, main reason I wanted to come back is so I can buy another explosive. I will buy 2. Then as we head down, careful not to hit any walls. We'll put our explosive there. I'm then going to just head this way and get this pot cleared. So 150 quid. Nice. Anyway, nice bit of gold. Got a bit of amber up there as well. And that's all cleared out. We'll get back to our hole. And I think it might be time for another drone. It's a long way up now. So sell that for nearly 800 quid. Our best haul yet. And buy a drink. Buy the copter upgrade. Might even buy backpack upgrade as well. Because my thing was full last time. Yeah, back down we go. A lot faster going down. And hoping to find rock layer. Yeah, rock layer straight away. Oh, did I... Oh, there's a hole in it. What the hell? Right, I am going to dynamite this anyway. Just because I don't want a small hole. I want a big one. Right, it hurt me. Ow. Oh, no, you got something else to look out for then. That hurt me. Anyway, another artifact, 180. Anyway, clear out this gold. There's a crystal up there. Watch the rocks falling down. Nice. New drone is very quick. Loving this. And oh, look, here's my artifacts that I found. We're putting them on the surface. Oh, that's cool. Oh, look, there's the other one. Oh, so are we dotting them around? Yeah, they're like dotted around my house. They're massive. Anyway, dug a bit further down. Found a new gemstone. See what this is worth. See what it is as well. Oh, no, the word I can't say. Amethyst.
Nice.
Amethyst.
Wrong.
It's one of those. It might be neither of those. This is beeping like crazy, so we've got to find another artifact out this way. There we go. Ooh, dodgy bit of rock above. Right, there it is. It's free. So another pot. 250 quid. Oh, baby. Oh, and this is new as well. Platinum. Oh, it's like the mother lode. It's a big old bit. I'll just try and dig myself closer. There we go. Right, nice. Back out here, we have another rock layer. I'm just going to make some base. Make sure I can put the explosive in the middle. Oh, I don't have any explosive. Oh, why does that always happen to me? Alright, anyway, let's see what this platinum is worth. So 9 of them, 450 quid. I need to save up a little bit more for better pickaxe. I might just do energy drink as I had the money. Yeah, now I need 2,300 and I'm going to do the pickaxe next. So place one on there and boosh. And that is a whole lot of gold down here. And oh, we found another mining shaft. So let's just make sure we've got a nice clear opening. Right, and then dynamite down there. We'll just run this way. Ow! Oh, spikes fell on my head. What the hell was that all about? Oh, this game's so cool. I love, like, you gotta be like, ah! Oh my goodness. You gotta be careful. 250 quid that was worth. Right, so now we can keep heading down. There is some gold there. There's also whatever that is. Is that platinum? Yeah, oh, my backpack's full. I can't believe I've got 45 items on me already. 1,500 quid. Lovely. Got 2,200, so can't afford the upgrade yet. So we'll just grab a drink and then head back down. And some platinum. More gold as well. Alright, then we got a load of the lava, so we're going to have to try and get rid of that before we drop too deep onto it. So I think we've cleared out most of it. Let's just get this amethyst as well. Anyway, I'm nearly out of energy, so we're going to have to go back to the surface. This is going to take a long time, so if I have enough money left over after upgrading my pickaxe, I'm going to try and get the drone upgrade, I think. Just to save on that time, because that took quite a while when you're doing that every few minutes. But yeah, 1,400 quid haul, so we have 4,000 in total. So we'll upgrade our pickaxe. We've got 1,800 left, so yeah, let's get the copter as well, and then take an energy drink. And oh my goodness, I've got a drill. Oh yeah, this is good. This is good drilling. Oh my, what the hell? There's a skeleton. Oh, this game's so cool. What is this? I assume it's like just another artifact, is it? Yeah, fossil. 280. I wonder if there's like a whole dinosaur to find. And then, oh look, there's the fossil. I was hoping it might have been like built rather than just laid on my driveway. Anyway, another 1,400 quid haul. We got 2,800. So do I want more stamina? I might want to do my backpack next. Let's backpack, explosive, buy a drink. Then I've got 1,800 left. I might just do the copter again. Do I want to save up for the... I might save up for the best drill. We'll grab... Oh my goodness, what the hell is that? There's a weird little mouse thing. Anyway, let me mine this gold first. This is more important. Alright, you right there, mate? You right, little guy? Where are we? Oh my goodness, they're like giant mushrooms. Oh, my face! Okay, so they explode when you drill them. There is a treasure chest though. Oh my goodness, it opened. 450 quid, the hidden treasure. Take that. And yeah, then we're just drilling. And some more platinum down here. Bit of gold in the wall as well. I've dug so deep. It doesn't look deep because the game doesn't generate it properly. Trust me, we are deep. Right, oh, this is fast. This drone's awesome. Look how many cameras it has underneath as well. Anyway, 2,000 quid there. Best haul yet. Let's just get a drink and a couple of explosives. I'm going to save up for the next pickaxe, the final form of the drill. And hello, look what we have. We have a bone sticking out. We have that, 280 quid. And a load of gold up here that I got to get. A load of gold down here that I got to get. And yeah, aquamarine, 240 quid. Right, here we are. We can afford the final pickaxe form. Boost. That can't be upgraded any further, I don't think. Let's do our capacity as well. Maybe I'll do the full damage just because it was cheap, even though I don't think I could actually afford it, but still. Right, and then when we drop down, I want to see what this green thing is. Oh, it's emerald ore. Interesting. Oh, can this mine... Oh, this can mine concrete. Oh, this final drill can mine concrete.
I had enough of that. I think I'd rather just listen to this. Yeah. You've just been sailing a lot. This shit takes me out of time. It's pretty bad with time wasting. It's an open world pirate game. Sailing game. Go. And into port we go. We got the special so that we can go through lighthouses and get escorted in. These are all the ships you can get. Let's go. Alright, that's gonna be it for tonight. I gotta go to sleep, everybody. Have yourselves a good one. See you in the next one. Thank you for hanging out. Gothy, have a great night. Alright. See you later. Alrighty. Peace, y'all. Good night. We out.